Hello, my beautiful soul tribe. Welcome back if you're returning. Welcome in if you're new here. This is week 2 of the deck tour. So it'll be a collection of collective readings for everybody this evening. Starting with the green. Hi, Hellfire, which is my heart chakra decks. So we'll be starting with green. Hi. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, guys. Make sure my messages are on. I had a couple items that made me think of the heart chakra, so I grabbed those before we began. I was only late tonight because it took me forever just to find my thumbnail. That's my only excuse. I get easily distracted. I'm good, Hellfire. How are you? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. I thought we would start with, since we are starting with green, the heart chakra day. I brought in a couple items that make me think of my heart chakra, things I associate with the heart chakra. This is tuned to the F frequency, which is heart chakra. Okay, so I thought, it's been a while. See if I can get it going. What is there? Takes a second to warm it up. Get that friction, that frequency, that vibration going. And then I brought a couple little pieces. So I had some heart chakra bracelets. These are moss agate, which I absolutely love. I brought a piece here that is also moss agate. A wrap. Just, I don't know, guys. I was like, there. Oh, here's another piece of moss agate I brought. I love this guy. Check him out. I thought it looked like a little sailboat in water. So I had to put all. His name is Humboldt. He's a squid. If you didn't recognize or notice, his name is Humboldt. He's a squid. He has lava bead eyes. I think that was a fun little ad. And then another heart chakra stone that I love is aventurine. I had a dream about aventurine once, so I have several pieces of aventurine. This is the Triskelion. I love this design. I have a combination amber and aventurine tree here. And then I'm going to say this wrong, but pernite. This is a beautiful heart chakra stone. It's also associated with the solar plexus. So if you feel like you have one of those solar plexus blocks that keeps you from being able to open up at the heart chakra level, pernite is a perfect stone for that. So I don't know. I just thought I'd share a couple things. This is also, I believe, this might be jade, but sometimes I question. It looks a little, sometimes I see some jade that to me looks like aventurine and vice versa. So some of them are the same. And then this is a really fun one. You guys may have seen these on the stand before, but these are actually the same stone. And these are actually, I've seen very different variations of this particular stone, but it's Amazonite. And when it has these strong pinks and green hues, it's very heart chakra oriented. Those are the colors you're looking for if you're looking for those stones. So rose quartz, right? If you're looking at heart chakra stuff, I have a chunk of raw rose quartz here, but I also have a bracelet that's rose. Rose quartz will fade, guys, in natural light. So just so you know, if your bracelets start to lose their pink, it's a natural part of their process. Okay, that was fun. Thank you guys for joining me for show and tell. I love this. It's so much fun. So we'll start with, I have so many green decks. This one's really beautiful. So we'll continue the trunk tour. And I'll pull out all these green ones to start that I associate with the heart chakra. Of course, you guys have recently seen some of these. Some of these get a lot more love on the channel than others. It's just personal preference. Sometimes they're a challenge to read, guys, not gonna lie. Sometimes you become more connected to some decks than others because they just intuitively read easier. We have a Crystal Spirits one. This one kind of goes a little between the heart and the throat chakra for me. Same thing with the Fairy Tarot. This can also, this is more like goes through between the heart, and I might call on either one of these for like the crown as well. And then we have the Oceanic Tarot. That one's real interesting. We have a Thelma Tarot. I like the art in this one, very Renaissance if you're into the Renaissance vibe. And then this one actually reminds me of the Mystical Moments by Catherine Weltstein. But this is the Dreamkeeper's Tarot by Liz Huston. But the artwork, the style, the collage style, like the era, the art type. Okay. Keep going, keep going. Here we go. We have my chakra deck. We have, oh, these ones are really good too. The Yogic Path. This one I often look up the information for the cards, not like specifically the book, but like, you know, you guys know how I am. I'll call a word up on Google with that. Sufi Wisdom, right? And then one of my personal favorites is Angel Prayers by Kyle Grice. So that's what I'm going to try to get through minimally this evening. We'll see how it goes. We may be able to end on the affirmation. That's just one row, guys. And we have 2.5 rows left in the trunk after this. Woohoo! Hi, Nicole. Oh, the Crystal Spirits deck. Let's start there. We can start there. Oh, gosh, no. I want to start solidly in the green. So close, but it's like a nice blend. It'll drive my OCD crazy if we start with blue and we don't start with green. It's like counterintuitive in my brain. I'm so set to start with green. Hi, Big 1111. Hi, Wild Horse Music. Hello, Nicole. Welcome in. I think I saw Jean as well while I was gabbing away. It was this many years, guys, until I really put together that to have the gift of gab meant that like you were really close to Archangel Gabriel, and that's why you like love to talk. It's like the gift the gift of Gab is the gift of Gabriel. It took me, I never understood it. It's like, what the heck does Gab mean? The gift of Gab, because people would tell me all the time. Oh, okay. So we're going to start with the Dreaming Way Tarot because I love that one. And then we'll go through and see what we get. Again, this is just going to be a bunch of collective readings, small little collective readings. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Don't force anything to fit. If it's not yours, don't pick it up. Leave it for someone else. Nicole, I just put it together in my brain. I couldn't tell you that it's official, but how could it not be? Like, how could it not be associated? The gift of Gab being from Gabriel, the messenger angel. Like, it makes complete sense to me. And any other way, it wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's intuitively. I felt like Gabriel handed me that one directly. I had recently had a dream about Michael and Gabriel, 7-7. I see 7 people and 7 lights while I was starting that. So, I had a dream about Saint Michael, and I couldn't figure out, you guys. I was in my body, like physically, I could see my body, but I could feel an angel inside of it. But I could see Saint Michael outside of it. And so it took me a minute to put together that the angel that I was feeling was actually Gabriel. And I knew that because the angel that was inside of me was the angel that was speaking to me while Saint Michael cut some extra strong chords. It was a pretty intense dream, I'm not going to lie. What was even more intense was signing on the next morning and going to message Tears and Wheat while I was watching her video and having her re-describe my dream before I told her about it in a live reading while I was text messaging her. It was a very crazy, crazy dream, crazy confirmations. I was like, I knew there were 2 angels. I knew it. Hi, Hillary. Oh, Ishita, there's no list tonight, love. If there is one, it'll be much later. I apologize. This is definitely going to be collective readings, guys. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Spirit, what does the collective need to know? Oh, what does the collective need to know? We'll take that. Everything's face down. It's like there's things that we're waiting. I heard to understand. Things we are waiting to understand. Things that are waiting to be understood. Oh, thank you, Spirit. Okay, so I had this, like, because we're talking about the heart chakra today, or we're starting in the heart chakra. All week I kept having this, it was like almost like a thought experiment. Imagine, if you will, you've been praying for a long time for God to increase your capacity for love. Now think of yourself as like a vessel, okay? Like an energetic vessel, and you've been expanded, right? There was something about this that was like, this is where the dark night of the soul comes from. You pray for God to expand your vessel, your spiritual vessel, so that you can have a larger capacity for self-love and for loving others. Okay? And what happens is God answers that prayer for you, and quickly your spiritual vessel expands. Right? But what happens, why it feels like an upheaval and why you often feel isolated or a void or incomplete, is because you still have yet to fill the space that you just prayed for. Like you prayed for that space. Think about if you asked God for a glass of water and then you said, no, I meant a gallon of water. You've got a glass worth of water of love. And now you're asking him to fill a gallon, right? There's a lot of room for a lot more love. And that creates this void, this emptiness, but it's an illusion because the love is still there. The love is still there, but you haven't given it a chance. Like a well that's run down, you haven't given it a chance to fill yet. Thank you, Spirit. King of Cups on the bottom while we discuss this. So very fitting that we start with the King of Cups. Love the green water. This is a very heart chakra deck for me. It's very beautiful. Exactly, Nicole. That's exactly the vibe. Like we have to give the well a chance to fill up. We have to give the vessel. And the only source that has enough of that spiritual love to fill you is going to be God, is going to be source itself, nature, the universe, however you look at it. It's in yourself. Oh, queen, we've got, look at that. We got Queen of Swords. So speaking from the heart with integrity. We have a Ten of Cups. We have the Hierophant for a higher level commitment. We have a Seven of Pentacles in reverse. I do love this, the World card. Look at this. It's so peaceful. This is like a well-seasoned traveler when they've come home, like reflecting on everything they've seen, understood, experienced already. Temperance in reverse. I just heard with these two cards together, what is that? It's about the journey, not the destination. Thank you, Spirit. You don't plant a tree because you expect to see that tree its entire lifetime. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse, because Seven of Pentacles is about planting, about what you're sowing, right? So in reverse, it's like you're not what you're sowing, you're not sowing for this generation. You're sowing for the next. Oh, look, you're sowing for the next. She's carrying shopping bags. This is like, okay, so in reverse, it might even be like, yeah, I already got the groceries home. Like, like let's be honest. You already made it home. You know, everybody's provided for. We're trusting. We're trusting. Oh, look at this. Ace of Wands and Ace of Swords. We're trusting in our own truth. Again, you guys, thinking about what I started with, it's interesting because I was like, if I get the Star, the Ace of Cups, or Temperance, I was like, it's absolutely a confirmation. All three of those to me is a confirmation of my feelings all week. It's like my thought process, my meditation on that. When your vessel grows, right, you have to give it time. It's like it's not going to be full. It's not, your vessel must expand before you can fill it up. You must have a larger cup. And you know, they say you can't pour from an empty cup, but if the whole time you've been praying for a bigger cup, a bigger cup, like how empty it is sort of relative. I hope that's making sense, guys. Like how full or how empty it is your perception. Maybe you started with a thimble of water, you know, growing up. Maybe you had a thimble. Maybe at some point, I've used this analogy before. Maybe at some point you've had, like, I don't know if I've used it on the channel, but in my personal life, my own philosophies, maybe you carried a yoke. You know, imagine like a Two of Cups, a friendship with somebody. You carried a yoke. And like the betrayal is one side of it breaking, you know, and you can mop up all that water all you want. You could try to reclaim it with a sponge, but the vessel itself is already cracked, you know. King of Wands on the bottom. Choose your words wisely, I'm also hearing. Seeing the swords. Choosing our words wisely this week. Instilling inspiration. Speaking from the heart with love. Love instilling inspiration. Oh, look at this beautiful Fool card. I think is that the cover from the stack? I just want to look at the art for a minute, guys, because it's just such a beautiful deck. Just a deck tour and all that. So cool. So I love this. I love this feeling this week. I love starting the heart chakra with this conversation about filling our vessels. I'm glad Temperance did come out. I love that the Ten of Cups came out. To me, I'm also thinking now that it's like every connection you have has the opportunity to pour something into your vessel, into your cup. I just heard like every cup, it's not even just the potential. It's like every cup you come in contact with, like there's an energy exchange there, you know? There's a way to take it and see it as a blessing and a way to fill your cup. Even the difficult stuff, even the difficult connections. Ooh, Shanku Spirit. Let's get some fairy tale oracle on top of these because I have so many cards, guys, to go through this week. I love it. Let's see. Let's get the fairy tale oracle. I'm trying to line them up in a way that makes sense to me. Okay. Hi, Zuha. Hi, Tegan. Oh, I hope you're okay there, Tristan. Tegan and Tristan. I hope everything is okay. I'm going to keep this Ten of Cups out because that is super fitting too for the whole idea of having cups to fill, having vessels. We have vessels of different capacities, you know. Look who's at the bottom, a gentleman holding a cup. Thank you, Spirit. An ace of hearts. That's an ace of cups. I did say. I expected to see certain confirmations come through. There is something in the perspective of understanding that you're not empty in so much as like you're not lacking the love. The love is there. It's just that your vessel is grown. The source is still there. The ability to pour into it is still there. Especially if you're somebody like me who has in the past prayed for an increased capacity to love. This may resonate. If it doesn't resonate, it's probably not your reading. Just so we know, just so we're clear, it's a big collective. Aw, clouds, but there's a bit of a clearing here. It looks like some sun shining through. Maybe some confusion around things that are going on collectively right now. Look, we have this is like the Seven of Cups energy again, guys. We just had that. Seed sowing. That vibe. Planting. Gathering. I heard gathering. Gardening is also a process of getting grounded. You know, there's a lot of may need to get grounded type energy coming in. May need to get grounded if you are leaning into anxious thought processes, mindsets that don't serve you. These are like gloomy thoughts. Isn't that what it looks like? I saw a meme today that was something about sage your aura. It's dusty. It's dusty AF. Right? So this is like a saging of the aura, a blasting off of like dusty, dusty old energetic feelings. Ooh, we got letter here. We got 2 sevens, guys. Letter, lady, and a heart. Ooh, I don't know what I did to the gentleman. I don't know where he went. Maybe half your problem, collective. I don't know where the gentleman went. We have the heart and we have the lady here. Hope, dreams, faith, peace, protecting your peace. She got a vessel there. Sorry, guys. I'm looking off cam. I'm not even paying attention to where it is. So we have this letter in a struggle position. So you may not have been hearing from, or you may be waiting to hear from a situation, hear from someone, hear from a situation. I'm also hearing like it's one of these situations where it's like plan for the worst, hope for the best. Thank you, Spirit. What did we say last week about understanding the difference between hope and faith? Always hold faith that you're on your path. You know, even when things are unclear, even when communication with the universe, others, internally is shoddy. Aw, what did I say? Where did the gentleman go? He's coming. If anybody was looking for that confirmation, there you go. Look, 27. 28. So if you were waiting to hear from a gentleman, like just be patient, focus on what you're working on. Hi, name. Welcome in, gentlemen. Welcome in, gentlemen. We could always use more gentlemen in the collective. We'll take it. So let's look. This is beautiful energy, though, guys. I do get with this particular lady, because we've seen the one who's all dressed up, that it's like this is spiritual work. This is like an ability to see the blessings through the confusion, through the lacks of communication. This is that able to choose how you see the cups that you've been sipping from in your lifetime. Interesting. Okay, let's look at... Thank you, Nicole. Let's look at... Hi, Ellie. How are you? What are you guys working on today, Big 1111? If you can't type, don't type. You can tell us later. We'd love to know what you're working on. The show must go on. Yes, Ellie, thank you. Let us keep going. Let us pull out another deck. I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of thank you, Spirit. You are so funny. Did we pull this deck out? Because whenever I see this card in this deck, I feel like there's a message in my Lord Ganesha deck. So we have to take a nobody wants a side journey, right? You guys all hate side journeys, don't you? My ADHD brain, I cannot move on until we see what Lord Ganesha needs us to know. So let's do that now. Let's see. And I think I already had this one out, but hey, beautiful. Yeah, I've often used this along with my heart chakra deck, so it makes sense for obvious reasons. I mean, there is a lot of green in there. Oh, I love you guys so much. I'm sending you so much love today. Sending you so much light. Thank you so much for all the likes and subscribes. Our collective is growing so quickly here. I'm super appreciative of everybody's energetic inputs. Yeah, harmony with a 22 there. And relaxation. Yeah, guys. Thank you, Spirit. Like, relax. Do not stress about the things that we don't understand. Innocence. There's a lot you're not going to understand in your lifetime. You will never have all of the answers. Release the need to obtain them. Isn't that funny coming from a tarot reader? But seriously. Oh, thank you, Supreme. We love you too. We hope you have a blessed and wonderful week. Ooh. I don't know which one that was about to flip. We have achievement. We have a flame tree. Yeah, start of something new. Keep focused on your dream. Again, this goes back to what, thank you. I love when this card comes out too. It's on the bottom. Right with Gaia. This is the Gaia deck, so we'll take it. We have the Sacred Heart, passion, love, spiritual communion, wisdom, knowledge, spiritual understanding. That Seven of Pentacles, that what you're seeding, what you're sowing. That's got that lady vibes here. That's staying focused. Spiritual understanding, spiritual communion. The perspective of all of the gifts every connection has brought into your life. Watching them weave together. Again, with love that this came out for our heart chakra day. Just that ever expanding. See how the vessel is expanding. It's expanding with the love. It's like you pray first for the capacity and then you have to fill it. The focus is to fill it with God's love. Because when you live in service, you don't live in service to each other as human beings. You live in service to God. That's how Saint Bernadette, going back from last week and the week before, that's how Saint Bernadette got away with being happy, even with the cranky head nun, you know? Like, despite all of the health problems, despite the... I want to look at more of these. I think we've seen her artwork in the past, too. Yeah. The love messages. It's like the thing that made her most happy wasn't that she was doing anything for that nun, or whether or not that nun even approved. It was just that she was in service to the Lord no matter what she did, no matter what she was working on, no matter where she was in her life, she was in service to the Lord and she was happy to be. She's like grateful for the opportunity. Oh, Bebop, do you have decks? Oh, okay, let's see. What comes next? So we pulled out Lord Ganesh, and I loved the message that came out of there. There again with a lot of enlightenment. This is that expanding our vessel vibe too. Each bloom is a little bit more open. Gaining a little more understanding, gaining a little more depth. I heard more experience. Look, positive outlook. Just wanted to flip out while I was trying to put it away. So again, this makes me think of the clouds. And like dusting off the aura of your thoughts. Okay? Like staying on the light side. I like that confirmation. Thank you, Spirit. These are such beautiful artwork. Are you guys fighting? Are you guys fighting or just talking? I'm not even paying attention anymore. I'm just having fun showing you my decks. Whatever. Argue amongst yourselves. Oh. Play nice, guys. Play nice. Okay? Let's all play nice. I love these. Let's put some of these away. If I get too many decks out, I get overwhelmed. So we'll put some away. And then we'll take out the next 3 or 4. Yes, Diamond Heart. Tonight is collective readings. I'm giving a deck tour. This is actually the second week just looking at what decks I have. It's going to be like for 4 weeks, probably on Wednesday, the collective readings will be going through my vast collection here. So far, we're just on row 3 of 5. And then I have a whole bookshelf to my right that is also full of decks. So this should be at least 4 weeks to get through. But I'm doing collective readings for the book, or for the card tour, for the deck tour, because I think it's fun. It makes sense to me. I love this deck, guys. Spirit Song by Paulina Cassidy. Some very beautiful watercolors. Okay. Again, we have another Lotus here. I don't know if Lotus is of any significance on your journey. I think of it often, well, I associate it with enlightenment. A Leo season, I'm telling you guys. Something big about that Leo season this year. This is a lion. It says King of Feathers, which to me, feathers is usually swords. So this is why you guys don't see this deck often. I think I discussed this one the other day. I get confused when I try to read this one because there's just so much going on. But let's see what comes out anyways. I heard somebody else right before I signed in. I was watching the Awakened Soul 999, I think, or 9999. Anyhow, she was like, big vibes for Leo season. And I thought of you guys. I sent you guys a bunch of love because I've only been saying it for 2 weeks now. Big vibes for Leo season coming. It's definitely collective, guys. It's definitely collective. Let's see. Best message, Spirit, for our collective whose capacity for love has grown, who's looking for fresh new ways to fill their cup with spiritual love ideas. I love that. As I'm saying, as we're looking for fresh new ways to fill our cups, the first card that I see says ideas, discipline. Discipline. I heard somebody give a beautiful description about foxes that was so magical. Like it was a very beautiful way. I'm gonna have to see if I can go back and find it. I know the person who was describing him, but a lot of times I see it and I'm like fox in the hen house, fox like a liar, but she was more like fox as in inventive, fox as in resourceful, fox as in there was some interesting traits that she attributed to the fox that I absolutely loved. So we have the World coming out twice. This one is a whale. So beautiful. Check these out. Fulfillment and celebration. Discipline leads to fulfillment and celebration. We have, these are two of my favorite spirit animals right in a row. Imagination and perception, the moon, how we perceive those cups, how we perceive the connections, how we perceive our own vessel, our own capacity, our own growth. Okay, so my other spirit animal, my three favorite birds, the owl, the crow, and the peacock. Those are my three spirit animals. So I love that we got the owl and the peacock out together. So renewal and enlightenment, I've been saying that right along too. We have to allow that space to fill. If we've prayed for the capacity, and we find ourselves suddenly feeling empty, it's not necessarily that spirit, God, others have taken love from you. It's that your capacity for it has grown. Your ability to contain it has expanded. It's like the Hoover Dam versus my kitchen sink, Perspective. Charm and passion. Again, if you are waiting to hear from a masculine, if things seem to be quiet or on hold right now, I really do see. So we have the Traveler. I do believe that's Fool energy coming in at 0, adventure potential. That is in reverse with a Knight of Cups. So this could just be that waiting energy. Eight of Cups is walking away from, we had Eight of Cups. Did we have Eight of Cups earlier? No, that was a personal earlier today. So, sorry guys. Eight of Cups, a quest and renewal. Like letting go of things, people, places, or things that no longer serve us, those mindsets. How about letting go of the mindset that our vessel is empty? start relying on the mindset that our vessel is continually expanding and being replenished. I love the replenished. So strength, again, we've got, it's not particularly in this deck because it's not a lion, but I'm getting those Leo vibes because just in virtue of the fact that it's strength. So courage and endurance. Don't victimize yourselves, I'm hearing. Aw, Spirit, that's kind of sweet. It's like always try to paint people in the best possible light, even if you don't agree with how they've handled you. Aw, I think that's a beautiful message for anybody that needed to hear that. We got Temperance twice today. So we have at least 3 things coming out. Temperance. Lots of confirmation. The World. I felt like there was another one. Maybe not. I do love that 10 of Cups, though. Such a cute card. Legacy. We talked about legacy last week, right? That's the vibe these all give me together here. Leaving a legacy. Preparing, ensuring, enduring. So there's something about that prayer for the expansion, right? The expanding vessel. And it's like praying for the changing of your stripes. I don't know why I'm getting this in particular, but it's like that would take a long time. It's a process. We don't just slap new stripes on, right? We have to grow and shift, expand, change. I love that. That's funny. I also just heard you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but I never believed in that. So 7 of Pentacles came out in reverse again. So not even the same card, but the same position as well. So again, I'm almost getting this vibe like there's been seeds already planted, and it's just this process of like watering and taking care of the garden and like waiting for the well to fill. It's like the seeds have been planted, but now you have to water and wait. Wait and water, water and wait, wait and water. And then I'm getting like this vision of like rain and drought and rain and drought. There's an ebb and flow. There's rain, then there's sun, then there's rain, then there's sun, right? These are collective readings, Chatan. Thank you for asking, though. I'm just showing everybody my collection. Hi, Donna. We're going through my decks. For the next few weeks on Wednesday, there'll be collective readings where I just go through my various decks and do a collection of small collective readings with them. Taking our time. I agree, Ellie. It's true. I taught my brother's dog American Sign Language when I was in college as part of a homework assignment for my sign language class. And she was so good at it. And she was so smart that if you were signing to her and she knew she was in the wrong, she would pretend not to see you. Like she would look the other way or like tuck her head. into a pillow or something. She was very adorable. She was very adorable. She was a smart ass though too. That dog knew, you guys, sorry, that dog knew how to like save up her pee. And she would like, so it took me forever to figure this out about her, but if I took her outside on a walk in the city in particular, she would stop everywhere, but she wouldn't go. Like everywhere that we passed, she would stop where another dog had been, but she wouldn't go, she wouldn't go, she wouldn't go. But then as soon as you would turn around to bring her home, it's like she knew how to ration her pee so that she could hit every spot on the way back. And that's literally what she would do. So I learned how to just take her down to the corner. I didn't like go around the block or like do anything crazy. Like I didn't have to go further than next door. It was like because you would walk and walk and walk waiting for her to go and she wouldn't go. But the minute you turned around to come home, she would start going everywhere she stopped to sniff. She, oh my gosh, she is such a pain in the ass, but I loved her. She was an adorable dog. She would try to sign back because I would sign to her the sign good girl. And she would like tap the ground in front of her and then rub the side of her cheek, like rub her little doggy face with her paw. It was so adorable. But that's how she would sign back good girl. Whenever she wanted extra extra affection, she would do that. She would sign that for me. So she was absolutely adorable. Anyways, her name was Sasha. She was super cute. She really was adorable, Donna. She's one of my favorite dog memories growing up. Very, very smart. She was a pit bull. I think she was mixed, but she definitely was a pit. I have some of the best stories about that dog. So one time I took her, I probably told this story in the past, but one time I took her to college. I took her to college with me a lot. Yeah, I got a lot of really good memory. Look, it's like what you choose to what you choose to focus on. We were talking about that earlier. So I took her to the college, and she was in my minivan, and I had forgotten. It was like the dead of winter. Okay, I had to remember where the story picks up, but it was like the dead of winter, and I had forgotten that I had ordered a Reuben sandwich like several days before. And you know how like I mean I was a college student, it like slid under a seat or something. I forgot it was in my car. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just had an old Reuben in a styrofoam container and I forgot about it. And she got her snout on it and she could swallow anything. And before you would realize that she had a sandwich in her mouth, it was gone. I mean, she was a one bite wonder. And so she had scarfed down this Reuben, which you know has like sauerkraut and stuff on it, right? And like I didn't give it much thought. Like joke a big deal. Dog ate a sandwich, right? We get home and my brother shows up and he's a truck driver. And he's like, "Oh, I think I'll take the dog on the road with me. I'm going to be gone for a couple days. I think I'll take Sasha with me." Like, cool, great. I help Sasha get up in the truck. You know, I don't have to worry about walking a dog for a few days. Like, cool. And like about midnight, my phone rings, and I answer the phone, and it's my brother, and he's almost like in panic mode. And I'm like, "What? What is up?" And he's like, "What the did you feed this dog? I've spent more time on the side of the road airing my cab out from these farts than I have actually moving my load, moving my truck, getting my cargo where it has to go." Apparently, the Reuben, the sauerkraut, it became like the best, like, unintentional prank ever. And I'm like so grateful that I didn't have to deal with it. I was so grateful I didn't have to deal with it. Despondence. Okay, what do we got here? Wisdom. It was not my destiny. It was not my destiny at all. So we have wisdom, we have destiny. Again, you guys, with this like foggy confusion coming through. A facade. So I'm also getting the part of the facade is the illusion of separation. The illusion of good and bad, the perception. The wisdom to know the difference between like true authentic God-born discernment and your anxiety, your fear, knowing the difference between God's wisdom and fear. Understanding and being steadfast, firm in the knowledge, the knowing, the spiritual knowing that you are never off your path. The ability to forgive. Forgiveness is active, guys. Recovery. Aw. We have impatient on the bottom. There's this big need to be patient. So again, I'm going to go back to there was the vibe earlier in the reading of waiting for a message, waiting for communication, staying positive in the meantime, understanding that other people are on a different journey than yours. I heard blocks are there for a reason. Like the spiritual redirection might be something you do with your energy. A lot of times when I feel certain ways, it helps to, it's like when the energy is stagnant, it helps to change your space around, helps to mix things up. So if you do find yourself in I love the recovery card. There's a key here to healing. It's like remembering purpose. Ooh. Love those energies coming through. Okay, let's keep going. Just keep going. We got lots of decks to get through, guys. Lots of decks to get through. We still have so many decks. Thank you so much for coming and being patient. These are collective readings on Wednesdays. For the next several weeks, we'll be touring my decks, just seeing what I have in the trunk. This is by special request. I had a lot of viewers who wanted to see what we had in the trunk and what we were working with over here. So we painstakingly, if you want to go back last week, there was a whole collection of readings that went for the first two rows of the first, here guys, so you can see what I'm talking about. The first two rows of my trunk we did last week. So we're working on this row now. We may dip into this row tonight. And then this will probably be next week. This row has a lot of energy. And then after that, we will come over here. I have another row of decks up here. And we have another whole collection down here. And there's a pocket of there's a collection there from the same artist. And then there's another one that's just a heavy one to read that'll require the book. So we have a lot of stuff, a lot of decks we're looking at right now. Like I said, I do have a lot in the trunk. There are a lot in the trunk. So here, yeah. This is what we did last week. And then we just started with those. So, and then we have, this is the rest from that row, from the missing chunk. The missing chunk in the trunk is right here. Okay, so where am I going next? Let's check out Thelma. Let's look at the art in this one. I do not use this tarot often, but I do love the art. I love decks that have like a certain era to them, and it doesn't have to be a like specific era. It can be just about any of them, like medieval or Art Nouveau, like a theme, you know what I mean? Like old school, what do you call it when you like period, like period decks, period pieces, period art. Thank you, Spirit. Just like I love my collection of anime style decks. Those come through a lot. Okay. Spirit, another collective message, best message for the collective, please. We have Pre-Empress on the bottom here, Nine of Pentacles. I'm just taking a good look. What a beautiful art. Beautiful, beautiful art. I don't think I use this deck enough. It's a nice one. Pre-Empress vibes, but that's a focus on self-care, self-love, self-mastery, self-understanding, self-awareness. That's like having the capacity, but not just having the capacity, but knowing how to fill it. Ooh. Knight of Pentacles. So Knight of Pentacles is really often considered a slow-moving energy, which can get an eye roll out of him. So again, if you're waiting for confirmation or some kind of communication from a partner or a prospective partner, this could be just very slow. They could be weighing their values. I'm getting a pros and cons vibe. It's like this person is very meticulous. And there's also this vibe of having, like, the wounds to prove that they've made what they consider to be bad moves in the past. So that's a fear in the delay, a nervousness. I don't normally get a nervousness off a Knight. I feel like the way that this particular Knight is holding the coin in front of his heart chakra, it's almost like using work to distract or having excuses. It's like work is a distraction, or like the pros con list itself is just a list of excuses. Excuses why or why not to embrace, to open the heart chakra, to allow that expansion, Knight of Wands. So we have two Knights here. Knights are moving energy. These are very different types of energy, though. So I'm really getting that you guys, get out. Did you not see me shuffle this? Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Wands, Knight of Swords. I gotta sit with this for a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect to see all three Knights like that. We have a Two of Cups and the Sun on the bottom, and a Queen of Cups. We had the Queen, we had the King of Cups come out earlier. Sorry. Let's just look at these beautiful cards for a second. There's our Lotus coming through again. The capacity, the openness to receive. whenever I see dolphins, I think soulmate. So soulmate union. Look at this inner child vibe, the healing. Being open to the magic, being open to source, to fill the cup, to refill the cup, to have enough, to have the cups running over. The thing with the 3 Knights, can we just look back at the 3 Knights? Because that is like, that just wows me. I'm hearing like the ego, the id, the super ego. That division, that divide. It's almost like an internal conflict between truth, between like the spiritual truth and the earthly and the only thing missing is our cups, right? The feelings, the love, the capacity for the love in this night. So if you're waiting for that from this particular person, they are also waiting for their capacity. But it's not that they aren't aware of your capacity. It's not that they don't recognize it, see it, feel it. On a deeper energetic level, it's not that they don't understand it. It's not even that they don't want to embrace it. It's like without the Knight of Cups here, it's like a feeling of not being worthy. If you were thinking is it the end, I don't think it is. It's just a break. So we have a 6 of Swords in reverse and a 4 of Swords. So if you're struggling with whether or not this person is coming back towards you at all, I don't see this as a forever separation. If you are in separation or if you're just low contact, no contact at this time, if that resonates, if it doesn't resonate, it's probably not your section of the collective reading. 3 of Cups, just, you guys, finding those ways to fill your own cup in the process. Finding the ways to connect with others, the sources. Here we go with the World again. Every single time we've gotten the tarot deck out tonight, it's the World. It's new cycles. I'm hearing a coming into self. Like a rediscovering. Interesting. Rediscovering self through the connections that you make. The connections you're nurturing. The connections that I'm getting this, connections that nourish and nurture your inner child. There's something about those connections in particular, those types of connections, building on and working towards strengthening those types of connections that bring in the celebration, that bring in source, that bring in love, that fill your vessel, expanding and growing upon those connections that have that potential to fill your vessel. Allow people the space and the time that they need to develop on their path and lean in. I heard to self-sourced love. Lean in. It's like you know how to water connections. Okay. You know how to nurture yourself. Yes, I've seen the purples. That's a lot of crown chakra. I wore a crown chakra color this evening just because it's the closest thing I had to pink, to be honest with you. I have no green and no pink in my whole wardrobe. 2 of Wands. So yeah, that 2 of Cups, 2 of Wands, the Chariot. You guys know how much I love the Chariot. So we have like Plato's Phaedrus coming through. the soul in three parts, seeking divine truth, continually being pulled back to earth, having earthly decisions, earthly matters, earthly thoughts, sometimes confused thoughts, madness. As Plato likes to call it, love is like a madness in that particular writing. Yeah, the tower on the bottom. Madness. And it's like the chariot is like an effort to not self-destruct in the madness. The effort, the decisions that we make that arise. Ooh, spirit. I love the vibe of, just the capacity, just understanding that as your capacity grows, you have to change your perspective on how full your vessel is, like how much space you have. You're not actually getting less love. Your vessel is grown. Your capacity for it has increased, and therefore it requires a lot more nourishing, a lot more drawing on spirit. That's an internal thing, but it comes from our interactions with other people. It comes from our discernment. It comes from our self-awareness through those reactions. It comes from people holding up mirrors to reflect ourselves. That's where that inner discernment often comes from, is reflecting on how our interactions with other people have led us to the space that we are currently in. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, man. Let's look at some crystals. Let's see what comes out of crystal spirits. It was a heavy you guys, I was meditating on that ever since Sunday. I couldn't stop. I don't know, it was Monday morning maybe. I started thinking about having, the prayer for the capacity, the increased capacity, and what that looks like. Like why so many people who are praying for increased capacity feel empty, lost, dark, like in a dark place. Because your vessel grew so big, yo. You were, and I keep getting this, like when you work on your connection with God, your connection with other humans just becomes easier. When you work on your connection with spirit, your connection with people becomes more fulfilling on any and every level. Hello, Michael. Oh no, this is collective readings, but if you stick around, you might get the answer you're looking for. Only take what resonates. Watermelon tourmaline. I love this one, and I would consider this strong heart chakra. So that's cool that it's coming out. So this whole deck, you guys, is all crystals. I love that. I don't think I have any. I don't have any watermelon in here. I don't have any watermelon tourmaline in my collection in here. But I do have some in the other room. We have moonstone, one of my personal favorites. I do have a moonstone here. Moonstone's going to help with that connection. I love this because we're going from heart to crown here. Look at this. Heart. This beautiful green turquoise. Heart, heart, throat. We got 11 here. We got a couple 7s coming through, a couple 5s coming through. And then moonstone is like, I put it a lot with crown, but also with throat. So there's a couple things you may want to be thinking about. I've said in the past, sometimes when your heart chakra is expanding quickly, you're going to want to work on your throat chakra to make room for the energy that's going to arise with it. okay, that's going to want to naturally come out. Things that are going to want to, gift of gab, naturally be communicated. I see Apache Tears on the bottoms, and that was the number 5. Aquamarine. Petalite. I don't know what this is, but it's very pink, so I would have to guess it's heart chakra. I'm going to have to look some of these up later. Raw morganite. I don't know if anybody knows anything about these stones and they want to drop anything. Maybe one of your favorites is in here. Maybe one of them resonates with you. Oh, why did you start singing again? The throat chakra. Thank you. To work on opening up, to communicate, to release what's rising from the heart chakra. To me, that's like the way, the reason to work on your throat chakra, so that you can better communicate what's going on in the head and crown, or the heart and crown. Root, heart, crown, back around. I say that a lot when I try to remind myself what energy I want my aura, my what do they call your energetic field? I know there's a very scientific name for it that I'm going to butcher if I try to say it. Something sphere. So these are cool. I do like the art. I don't use them often. You won't see them on the channel often. Maybe I'll get them out for some shorts later on in the summer, and we can explore some of the meanings of the stones. That might be fun. I love singing too. I may not be particularly good at it yet, Ellie, but you're right that it's a really good time. Or Eli. It's a really like good way to express yourself. It's a good way to get your energy moving. Singing, it's a good way to clear your energy. If you have stagnant energy, or you have like, I'm going to say it again because I said it earlier, if you have dusty energy, to like shake off. Exactly, Hillary, sing anyways. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. I'm a jazz girl. That song, well, I won't say it's that song, but that song, I have very particularly fond memories of. I had a photography professor who had heard that I was singing in the music department, and he had no idea. And I went in for my portfolio review, and he said if I would sing him a jazz song that I would get an automatic A in the class without the portfolio. I was going to get an A in the class anyways, but he was not expecting the show that he got. So I did like a little jazz concert for him instead of showing him my photography work, and I got an A in the class. So I was like, I mean, I was going to get an A in the photography class anyways, but I thought it was a funny proposition, and I don't think he thought I would take him up on it, and I did. I serenaded my professor instead of showing him my art. Sorry, I was just getting some water. Ooh, I love it. I took Eli, I took a joint art and photography major. So both times that I went to college, like the 2 different colleges that I went to, I took joint majors. So in the first one, I took art and photography. And then from art and photography, I went into philosophy and psychology. I had wanted to be an art therapist, guys, at some point. There was a time in my life I thought I would become an architect. I was really young when I wanted to be an architect, but it's okay. Six of Cups again, guys. So Six of Cups on the bottom, it's in reverse. So it's like right now there may be this feeling of like unreciprocal or unreciprocated or lack of nourishment. Okay, the lack of that feeling of full or that feeling of connection. Look at this, because it's reflection. Wasn't I just talking about reflections? Didn't I just say the reflection in how we interact with others? And I'm always saying that Six of Cups is how we nourish and interact other connections, the connections we have around us. So this could be a sign that you are not nourishing yourself or your connections in healthy and encouraging ways. I say that. I joke about it with my friend that I'm sure I joke about it with my friend. This actually came out in reverse, and I'm going to laugh about it because I joke about it with my friend that if I use the words like healthy and encouraging, I scare my masculine and get ghosted every time. I do. Look at you guys are just laughing. I'm just laughing. Like, to me, it's a little funny. I know it's not funny to have all these things come out in reverse, but this is that fear. This is that perspective of having a cup that's not full. Like almost kind of messing with somebody's mind. I'm hearing second guessing or, this is avoidance in a nutshell. Oh, man. Oh, Spirit. Do you see the way that spun? I loved it. It's good. So I think it's meant to be upright. Oh, sadness. This topsy-turvy feeling of things diminishing 6 to 5, a diminishing of love. Again, it's the perspective of understanding that the vessel is growing. The capacity is growing. It doesn't feel like it. That's why I'm getting this reverse is that void that you feel when the capacity for love expands before the source for love does. I had to grumble a little. It's a really weird space to be in. I may have brought it up in other readings, whether they be personals or collective readings. What was I going to say now? I lost it. It's funny because loss is on the bottom. Thank you, David. God bless you too. We hope you have a wonderful week. Aww. So you have this King of Pentacles coming through. That says trust. And we have Two of Cups again coming through with partnership, but it was coming through in reverse. And it's almost like it's not time yet. They're not in this space. Or they're in the space where they've prayed for the capacity, but they've yet to discover how to fill it. And this could be the space. I mean, you may have found yourself in this space, and the reason why I'm supposed to be explaining it now is so that you can understand that there's certain people you're connected to who are in this. It's like a dark space, a large empty cup, They've prayed for that capacity, and now they're in that space where they have a large vessel, but it feels very empty. And it's like Spirit is asking you, Spirit is asking, thank you, 10 of Pentacles. Spirit is asking you to have this conflict in reverse Spirit is asking you to remove the veil and the illusion that the love isn't there, that the replenishment isn't available for this connection. Ambition, King of Swords. Motivation, ambition and motivation coming out together. That's perfect. Just have to align. Finding the ambition and motivation to replenish. Well, that's beautiful energy, though. I would love to find the motivation and ambition in my life as well. I'll take it. I'll claim it. So, I mean, we've got that. We've got a collective vibe, right? Of either having already started learning how to nourish and refill. You know, if you've been in a collective, a healing collective for some time, then you've already started to learn. It's like you've already been through the process of praying for your capacity to increase. And you may already be in the process of now filling that additional space you created for it. Finding the ways that we fill it. These are collective readings today, Zohri. I do personal readings on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But this week and the last week and probably the next couple of weeks, we're just doing collective readings on Wednesday to look and we're just playing and looking at the decks that I have. We're just doing collective readings we're kind of going in a row out of my trunk here. Today we are reading from what I deem to be, I thought I saw a card flipped in here, guys. Bear with me. This is my, the row that starts my heart chakras. I still feel like there's one flipped in here. I will go one by one till we find it. There it is. I'm telling you guys, Leo vibes. Ace of Summer. There is something about that Leo season. There is something that is going to be enlightening. That Lotus for enlightenment keeps coming through. Something that's going to bring peace. I've probably seen the dove and pointed out the dove a few times already this evening. Open your heart to love. All right. I'm sorry, guys. Expand your capacity, yo. It's right here. Open your heart to love, the beginning of a new intimate relationship or the rebirth of a current one, the awakening of psychic abilities or spiritual epiphanies. So it's like this revelation that your capacity is growing, that, you're not receiving less love. You're just capable of receiving more. It can feel sudden. It can feel abrupt. It can feel, oh, look, Leo vibes again on the bottom with strength. The grace and inner strength needed to overcome challenges. The power of kindness and forgiveness. We saw forgiveness come out a few times. Time to embrace how wonderful you are. Another 11 there. I'm telling you guys, Two of Summers. Leo, 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 Leo. Falling in love or making a serious commitment to someone, forgiveness, and the resolution of a problem. Don't give up. Your relationship can be healed. This is talking about, I'm getting more, because I've seen it throughout the evening too, when we were talking about having the knights come up. I'm getting again that waiting to hear from somebody. That waiting to communicate. Listen. Positive changes are on their way. A welcome relief from troubled times. Traveling and relocating. So if you've been waiting, again, for this person to come towards you for a message, something about balance here on the bottom, again, freaking Leo vibes. Leo, Leo, Leo. Lions. Lions are Leos. Summer. Summer's Leo. If you're trying to figure out why I was saying that these summer cards are Leo to me, it's because they're summer. Leo season is August, guys. So if you were trying to put together where I was coming up with Leo, that's where I get my Leo when I see the summer cards, okay? So let's see, balance. Take everyone's input into consideration. Hi, Virg. Discern the cups you've been drinking from. Take everybody's considerations in while you're discerning. Take everyone's input into consideration. Merge viewpoints to create a better solution. The resolution of a problem. Forgiveness and the resolution of a problem. Take everyone's input into consideration. Merge viewpoints to create a better solution. Take your time. There is no need to rush. So if you're sitting here thinking, oh my God, Leo season's so far away, then you're not ready. You're not ready for union. We had 8 of Cups come up earlier, did we not? And what did I say? It's letting go of people, places, or things that no longer serve us. Right here on the bottom. Strong, patient, self-sufficient, funny. We have this Queen of Winter, and it says right here, let go of people or things that no longer serve you. Now is the time to focus on your career. This says for unmarried or divorced individuals. So again, if you are single right now and you've been waiting for a particular person or any person or whatever it is that you're waiting for to come towards you, now is the time to just prepare. Focus on yourself. Focus on your own growth, your own stability. Build on what you already know to be true. Filling your own cup, guys, is not impossible. Looks like we got patience twice here. Hold on a second. Where was that other card on patience? Take your time. There's no need to rush. Have patience and don't worry. Take time to rest. I said that a few times this evening. Take time to rest and plan your next step. A prudent investment of time or money. This came up in a personal today. Save for a rainy day came up in a personal today. So if this resonates, it's for you as well. It's like now is the time to, if you are waiting for somebody to come in, I want to look at more of this art. If you're waiting for, oh, look at this. If you're waiting for someone to come towards you, 3 of Autumn, follow your passion when it comes to your career. Yes, pour into what you love. Otherwise, outside of, pour, I'm hearing like nourishing friendships, work relationships, right? Pouring into your work is still connecting with others. In a lot of careers, you must connect with others. It's like Spirit wants to show you the different ways to replenish your cup. Sorry, I'm playing with my table here. I'm putting it up and putting it down and putting it up and putting it down. So if you hear the little springy sound, that's all you hear is me playing with my table. I can't decide what makes it more comfortable, up or down. It's too squeaky. And I am such a freaking, like, ADHD, or I'm distracted the whole time I'm trying to read for you guys. I'm over here fucking playing with, excuse my language, playing with my table leaves. So distracted. But again, this is like that whole thing of like, if you do feel like you're waiting for your vessel to fill, right? I mean, we are actively working to fill it, but in during the process, there are times when it's low and it needs to be replenished. And it's like in those times, it's like Spirit's giving you permission to be distracted. Spirit's giving you permission to focus on other things. I'm hearing both inside and out. It's like, though, again, it's going back to, I keep being shown like reflection, like how you're being reflected by other people, like how you're receiving energy from other people, how you're utilizing it, right? Thank you, Spirit. So I feel so silly sometimes, guys. I love you guys. Thank you for putting up with me. I appreciate it. So let's look at, we'll probably have to look these up. They're beautiful cards, but they always, I don't know much about the yogic path personally. Like, I pick things up along the way. One of the things I love about this deck is it does help me learn about different things in the Hindu belief system and structures. I have studied Ayurveda in the past. I don't know if anybody's familiar what that is, but it's like it's the elemental practice of like what you feed your body matters spiritually, physically. And like they'll break down what type you are in Ayurveda by different features that you have, and then it's supposed to help explain and inform how you treat your body, like what different types of practices are healthy and good for your particular body type. Which in essence, everything is connected, so that feeds into your spiritual path, and your Ayurveda is very, very involved. If anybody's curious, I would look it up. It was very interesting stuff to read about, learn about, understand. Could be a way for you to fill your cup, to, learning about Ayurveda. Let's see, Spirit. What do we need to know about yogic path? Prana. Hey, Google, what is prana in yoga?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to InsightTimer.com, in yogic philosophy, prana is seen as the bridge between the physical and the non-physical, influencing our health, emotions, and spiritual state. Recognizing and harnessing this energy is key to achieving a state of balance and harmony within oneself and with the surrounding world.
Oh, I see 1717 at the top, which is just cracking me up anyways, because again, going inwards. So didn't I literally just say that Ayurveda is a way to like explore the connection between your body and your spiritual, like your physical and your spiritual? So that's exactly, the basis of prana. I started laughing, so I couldn't hear the whole thing, but I'm laughing about it. We also have Buddha on the bottom. Budhai. Hello. Thought these are beautiful cards, guys. I would talk more about them, but I don't, again, this to me is what I call a learning deck. It's something that I use to guide and direct my own learning on different spiritual practices. It is not like a deck that I know. It is a deck that I am learning. Oh, welcome in, Donna. I wish I was watching from Jamaica. I'm a little jealous. I'll admit it. Let me just pick my ego up off the floor here. I'm jealous. There's my jealousies peeking through. Look, the solar plexus energy. This is so pretty. Manipura. I've heard that word before. My ear just started ringing. So let's call it up and see what she says. Hey, Google, can you explain Manipura?
According to en.wikipedia.org, located above the navel, Manipura translates from Sanskrit as city of jewels, alternatively translated as resplendent gem or lustrous gem. Manipura is often associated with the colors yellow, blue in classical Tantra, and red in the Nath tradition. Manipura is associated with fire and the power of transformation.
I did say solar plexus. Fire, the power of transformation. I was just being shown when I was talking about fire. I'm seeing, because we were talking about the vessel and the expanding vessel, right? And we were talking about how when we pray for our vessel to expand, for our capacity for love to expand, how that's a process of heat. Heating causes expansion. Fire causes expansion, causes that transformation. That source, bringing in that source energy, brings in that heat. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's just look at these for a minute. We won't ask on everyone. I just think they're gorgeous. Such a beautiful deck. Kapha, this is one of those body types that I was discussing. One of the elements for Ayurveda. So again, if you felt curious or you wanted to know more about that, I would look it up. So is Asana, actually, I think. So definitely look that up. It may be something that is handy on your journey to look into Ayurveda. There's a reason why it's coming up. Oh, Kevin, there's probably a message out there for you somewhere. If it keeps dropping on your feed, there's usually something you need to hear. So, you know, you should give them a couple listens. You know, give those messages, give those messengers a chance, because you never know. There may be something in there that Spirit needs you to hear that God really wants to put on your heart. Also use good discernment. I'll throw that out there now too, Kevin. You guys, I try to avoid too many readings that instill fear or discomfort. Not discomfort in so much as I'm triggered and sad. Like, yeah, let me be clear, because you can be triggered by a lot of different things in a reading. But if they're like, you can feel how a karmic reader resonates versus a reader who has like a modality to heal. I just want to be clear about that. I know I can feel the difference, and I try to be a healer-minded reader, like keep healing in mind when I read. It's important to me. Oh, this deck I use so much, guys, that this box is getting pretty spent. I have loved this deck for a really long time. Sufi Wisdom Oracle. Again, guys, for the next several weeks on Wednesdays, we're doing a little deck tour. We went through red, orange, yellow, and green today, and we're just starting to get into the blue, which would be the throat chakra, the decks that I would associate with the throat chakra. Yeah, Hillary, it's not even necessarily authentic versus fake, because it's not that I don't, okay. It's not that I don't want, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this. It's like on my path, Spirit has very clearly pointed me towards readers who are not instilling fear. And to me, that's important. And it's like the cards are a tool for discernment. And if I don't want to be discerning out of fear and anxiety, and I would rather be discerning out of love and compassion and empathy, then you're going to know which frequency you align with in your reader, which readers are moving you, inspiring you to grow and expand, and which readers are actually talking you into self-destructive cycles of your own. It's like you have to use very good like personal discernment and it's with anything, what you're digesting, what you're digesting matters. Physically, spiritually, energetically. Marky Mouse is live. I love Marky Mouse. That's one of my favorite channels. Big shout out to Mark and Eva. Sorry guys, I'm distracted easy. That's my ADHD brain. I love them so much. They have very when I talk about inner child healing, they help me with mine. I'll tell you, they spend all their time at Disney World, and it's just like, I'm not a Disney person, but just the energy of them enjoying it and having fun. And the love that they share as a married couple is absolutely adorable. It's like their first date was at Disney. Their favorite anniversary stories are from Disney. So like they're always sharing their memories from their time there. So that to me, when I'm talking about ways that you can fill your cup in the ways that you're connecting with others and how you're connecting with others fills your cups, they're one of those couples. That's one of those ways that I would say that I find joy in refilling my cup by connecting with them. Look, because we saw balance a few times tonight. So we have balanced life. Love seeks your well-being. What was I just saying about readers? What was I just saying about discerning what types of readings to digest? Look for the readers who are seeking your well-being. Look for the readers that are encouraging that growth. Look for the readers that encourage you to face your fears. Farewell to fear phantoms. You guys, you can't make it up. Didn't I'm like, seriously, if this didn't just completely confirm exactly what I said while I was shuffling the deck, nothing will. Move away from people who are trying to instill fear. Hold on to, remain close to, cherish, water, nourish. Connections, vibrations. It's not even about connections, it's love itself. Clearing that fog. We kept getting that fog. I don't think one of them's in here. We kept getting that foggy energy earlier. But it's almost like it's not even really clearing the fog. It's learning how to be confidently faithful within it. Learning how to understand. That's interesting. That's interesting. So you know how I was talking about heat expands, right? I'm seeing like steam in a vessel. It's like you might not be able to see how full your vessel is at any given moment. If it's warm, it's steamy, it's expanding, right? That energy is growing. It's fiery. I'm getting this fiery, expansive energy. I love that. I wish I could put into better words, like the thought process, like the visions that I'm seeing, like what I had felt, what I had came across while I was thinking about it this week. There's a lot of times, you guys, I come up with stuff and I'm like, I'll repeat it to myself 10 times, thinking I'm going to write it down for you guys, and then I never do. And then I get here and I'm like, what was I saying? What was that thing I did today? What you're looking for is with you. That expanded capacity in the heart chakra. I love how this is also expanded. Big, growing. I'm laughing because the next card, guys. Thank you. Imagination. Draw from the well of your own capabilities. Drawing from your connection with spirit. Drawing on that well. Filling, you've prayed for that expanded capacity. Now you use your imagination. You use your ability to nourish yourself and others, to nourish your playful spirit, to nourish your well-being, to make choices out of the well-being for yourself and for others. It's like making decisions selflessly too, not selfishly, not of the ego. You know, the more that your heart, the more that your vessel, the more that your capacity for love expands, the more aware you become of the decisions that you make out of ego. Again, transformation. Let love transform you forever. Let your heart chakra expand even when, yes, like a hot air balloon. That expansion, that growth. That's funny, a hot air balloon that you say that. Oh my gosh, look, because she's holding a water vessel. Life's purpose. Seek your own deeper vision for life. That's beautiful. But when you were talking about a hot air balloon, I'm really talking about, you know, like how you're filling your own cup and stuff with how you're connecting with others, right? How you connect with yourself through others too, right? And it reminds me of this thing like, oh God, you guys, I must have been 20 something. So I was in my early 20s and I was hitting a lot of music festivals. And there's this particular group out there. You may have heard of them. They're called Wookie Foot. They did small shows back then. I can't even believe how big they are now. It blows my mind that like I used to just hang out with these guys like Norm and now they're playing big stadiums. But anyways, like this group Wookie Foot, they brought in like a hot air balloon without a basket. And when you would get like 40 to 50 people inside of it, the body heat would expand the balloon like a big tent. So we could all just kind of sit inside the balloon itself. It was quite magical and hang out, and it would keep itself expanded as long as we had anywhere from 30 to 50 people inside. It's a really cool thing. Really, really like cool experience. You bringing up hot air balloon. Every time I see a hot air balloon, I think of that. I think of hanging out with that band and like just chilling in this big balloon. Self-creation, be the author of your own life. I love this, these two together. This is that whole idea of being able to choose how you see those connections. Choosing how to understand what to take away, what to put down, what to leave. Ooh, I love these cards. They don't, the artwork. Oh, I've never seen this one. Let love lead the way to change. We had change, transformation. I would be interested in hearing as we move as a collective, you know, as we continue to grow and expand, in what ways you guys find to replenish that capacity to go from that cup of love to that gallon of love, to like, wow, what are you doing to re-nourish, to replenish? That was the word I was looking for. Replenish spirit. One of the ways I replenish spirit is just connecting with you guys here. Spending my time with you a couple times a week, whether it's collective or personal, whether we're doing a deck tour, whether, just connecting. Aw, Jones, I'm sorry you're feeling stuck, love. I hope you find a message in here that helps you on your journey. Right now it's just a collective reading, guys. We're just doing, we started last week. We're doing a deck tour. We're checking out all of the decks that I have in my trunk. So last week we got through those 2 rows. This week, well, we already did all of these today. Okay, so we already did most of this row. We're just on the last 3 decks from this row. Last 2 decks. I think we just, we got Alex Gray out now. So we're on the last 2 decks. And then in a couple weeks as we go, as we continue, I have a shelf over here. So we'll do a deck tour over here. We'll finish off over on that side. At the end of the deck tour, guys, just a reminder, there is a deck giveaway. I happen to have doubles of Kim Cran's archetype deck. And so I'm intending on finishing with the archetype deck. And when we finish with the archetype deck, I will do the drawing. If you go to the community page, you will be able to comment. You'll find it. You'll find a photo of the archetypes on my community page. And if you comment on that photo, as long as you are in the US, I will pay for shipping. If you are out of the country, sadly, because I know that international shipping is challenging, I'm not going to tell you that you cannot participate, but I will not be footing the bill for any shipping out of the country. So you can participate, but you'll be liable, for the shipping. There we go. Alex Gray. I know, I love this deck. Oh, this is Kyle Gray. But I still love this deck. But I do love Alex Gray's work. Ooh, what do we have here? Lots came out, so give me a second. Oh, look, my favorite card in the whole deck. It's the cover card, and of course it's my favorite angel. It says, thank you, Michael, for surrounding me with your protective light. Yes, thank you, Spirit. Thank you, angels, for guiding me through my inner voice. Again, using your discernment wisely, understanding the difference between the inspiration, the voices of the angels, and your fear, learning how to discern between the two. Archangel Raziel, thank you, Raziel, for helping me channel my gifts and talents. Before I started tonight, guys, I listened to to me it's a meditation, the 72 names of the angels. It's the 72 names spoken in Hebrew. If anybody's interested in hearing that, I can try to find it and post it later for you. I enjoy it thoroughly. It's a good way, I find, to dust off that, dusty aura, to blast off the dust so that I can channel better, clearer energy. Healthy choices. I like that. Thank you, angels, for guiding me to make healthy choices. Again, I feel like that's a lot to do with our perspective, how we're choosing to see, how our connections have nourished us. Be grateful for the lessons. Being grateful for the lessons. Thank you, Angel. Oh, I love this. We had trust earlier. I trust your well-timed guidance and signs. We had trust coming through strong a few decks ago, too. And Archangel Ariel. Thank you, Ariel, for helping me stand my ground with peace. I like the juxtaposition of these two. Again, I'm getting with this. It says, thank you for helping me channel my gifts and talents. This is that whole thing, lean into your work. If you find yourself in the energy of waiting for other people, you fill your own cup by leaning into your own gifts, your own abilities, concerning yourself with your own journey. Thank you. What a beautiful card. I don't think I've ever seen it. Unconditional love, the Divine Mother. Thank you, Divine Mother, for helping me to give and receive the love I deserve. Thank you. Here we go with the Lotus. Expansion again. Enlightenment. Honor your feelings. Thank you, Haniel, for for supporting me as I honor my emotions. And then we have peace and harmony, because we had that here, peaceful warrior. So we had harmony come out earlier, a few decks ago. So peace and harmony, Raguel. Thank you, Raguel, for surrounding my life in a harmonious light. Beautiful deck. Right on the bottom, open your heart. Thank you for removing the barriers around my heart. That's a good one. When we're talking about replenishing, like we have expanded our vessel, it's like now that it's open, now that it's expanded, now that you have room within it to fill it with love, make sure that you clear anything that's blocking it, that's facing those fears, those insecurities head on. Guys, the goal isn't to destroy the ego. The goal is to, it's not even to control it. It's more or less to understand it and be able to align. To bring, it's a alignment of head and heart. Hey, Nikki's, welcome back. Welcome back to everybody who is returning. Welcome to anybody who's new here. This week, we are just doing on Wednesdays for the next couple of weeks, actually, collective readings. We are doing a little tour of my box, my decks, checking out the collection a little bit. We're about to dip into the second row for today. So we have some blues and some purples. So my throat chakra to my crown chakra we're starting to move into here. I have some neat ones for this. We don't use these often, but I really love these Reiki cards. I haven't gotten these out in a long time, so I'm glad we're here again with the Lotus, the enlightenment, the opening up. I'm hearing also honoring our feelings, honoring the journey that we're here to experience. Like I'm seeing it like kicking around in the mud for 100 years, right? The enlightenment actually comes after this whole experience. Oh, guys, remember this? We recently unboxed this deck. Beautiful. Van Gogh Tarot. This one's good. We recently unboxed it. It's new to my collection. So I look forward to digging into that again. It's been since buried for a few weeks, so. Ooh, Francisca, you could. I'm not doing personals this evening, but if you come back on Sunday, I do personals on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for anybody who's new here, I do personals, but I'm not doing personals tonight. You can book a personal if you want a personal before Sunday. I am always open to booking personals. I think I'm going to hold on to this one for the next row. Oh, here we go. But this is a good one for the throat chakra, my blues. Okay, so let's see. Let's start with the quantum. And we'll do these two together. Here, we will, since we are solidly in the throat chakra now, I'm going to go ahead and put away these Dreaming Way tarot cards. They're so beautiful, though. I love the watercolor art. Such a beautiful deck, in case you wanted to go back to that original one. Dreaming Way Tarot by Rome Chow. I don't know how to say the name. Beautiful artwork, though. Hello, OA. I saw OA and it's like Omega and Alpha. Alpha and Omega. The beginning and the end. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's the vibe it gave me. Hi, Nikki's. I'm doing great. I hope you are too. Do I have a witch? No, I don't have a witch. I don't have a witch here. None with me. Thank you. Thank you for asking, though. Look at this. True love on the bottom. But again, look at this reflection, guys. Isn't this interesting? I just got this. It's like this vision, looking at this thought and this idea. We were discussing how going inwards requires looking at how you are being reflected through your connections with other people. And to me, it's like this true love. This isn't like her looking at herself necessarily. Like, yes, it's important that we fill our own cup, but it's like the person who reflects you, your most honest reflection of self, the person who shows you the most about you, the connections that show you the most authentic parts of you are those connections that are based in true love. Thank you, Spirit. That's beautiful. Look at that. Peace on the bottom. We've been getting a lot about the peace. Swans to me are always soulmate energy coming through. So we have true love and we have peace. I'm going to keep it. The peace with the soulmates coming through. Oh my God. What did I say? I'm going to keep it. Have faith, guys. The loving man. For whoever just asked in the chat whether or not you're going to meet somebody. Again, and for those of you who I was discussing earlier that somebody was on their way, to give them the time and the space they need for this section of their journey. They're going through a lot of changes and transformations. I see up at the top 12 and 21. So again, with the reflecting, the mirroring, the looking at each other, the showing each other through our reflections and our interactions. That self-awareness. Oh my God, guys, get out. True love, kindred spirit, kindred partnerships. This is that Two of Cups. Look at you guys. What were we just talking about? Those hot air balloons. that expansion, that capacity growing. It's like there's an illusion here that needs to be really discussed more thoroughly, because I was discussing how the cups, look at the cups. I was discussing how the cups and the capacity can appear to be empty, but they're absolutely full, right? And the source of the expansion in this case is the heat. Those balloons are, I mean, they're expanding. They're expanding with the heat, with the energy. So we have friends and colleague again. Again with this cups vibe. Again with this how we're connecting. Seeing ourselves reflected through the connections that we've been making. Learning how to nourish the rich and beautiful parts of that. I'm hearing also using your already established connections to inform you about what the truest image of you is, the most authentic parts of you. Again, going back to anybody who may be in separation or in a no contact situation, we do have stuck energy down here. So it's like, there's some work that needs to be done, some digging, some moving, some changing up of energy. Ooh, what do we got here? Dark thoughts came out in reverse. But again, this is like that being mindful and aware of which of your thoughts are out of fear, right? That stagnant energy that was coming through, that stuck energy, I must have put it away. Discerning where your messages are coming from. What was that saying on a card in a deck or two ago where it was like, love is concerned with your well-being, right? Where are the thoughts that are really, truly concerned with nourishing your well-being? It's like understanding the difference of the source between the dark thoughts and those higher level thoughts. Ooh, got a couple more. The healing light. Again, knowing the difference. Consciousness and spirit. Knowing where the internal conflict is versus the inspiration and guidance. There's deception and loss coming up on the bottom. Again, I'm hearing that this is a lot of like, this here is almost like this fear. It's like not giving these, it's listed under events on the top. It's like not giving these your energy. It's not losing your energy to them, not losing your energy through them. Oh, these cards are so pretty. New beginnings. We had that a few times. I'm telling you, something about that Leo season. You guys keep holding out for it. Celebrate now. Celebrate now for the unions to come. What's coming, you are deserving of it. Know that you are deserving. Fully know and embrace the fact that you are deserving. Be grateful for your willingness. Listen, guys. Be grateful for your willingness to have prayed for the capacity of love to increase. Be grateful for just that willingness to open up. That willingness to be vulnerable. That willingness to increase that vulnerability. I love this deck, Oracle of the Seven. I've used it several times. Another Colette Baron Reed. Personal favorite, deck creator. Thank you guys for liking. Thank you for any new subscribers coming in. These are collective readings. It's just a small collection of collective readings. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. We're going through a little deck tour right now. We are on week 2, about row 3 of my decks in my trunk. Back by popular demand, going through the trunk, seeing what's in there in my decks. Going on a little energetic journey, energetic exploration here. We'll be doing this for the next couple weeks. At the end, I will be doing a deck giveaway. The way to participate in the deck giveaway is to go comment on the post in the community page about the deck. Anybody in the United States, I will foot the bill for shipping, but if it is international, you can participate, but you will be required to pay. So pay for the shipping, sorry. Broken Open, again with the Lotus, again with that expansion of the capacity in the heart space. Man, that just keeps getting, look at this shining through. Seriously, that just keeps coming through. It just keeps pulling up that expansion, that growth. That willingness. Again, we're being asked tonight to accept that when we ask Spirit to expand our vessel to contain more love, it's going to create the illusion of a void. Okay, the illusion of empty space. I mean, there is space in there. There's space to fill. But it's like the source of love is still pulling in, even when it feels like the expansion process has left a void. It's like you have to give that space, time to replenish and refill. Okay? I love this. Thank you, Spirit. There's my Ace of Cups. Great and full. You have to give Spirit the opportunity to refill and replenish you. Especially if you've been praying for your capacity for love to expand. What are one of the ways we refill? We check our motives. We make sure that our motives are happy, merry, that our intentions are for our well-being, that we're familiarizing ourselves. Again, this is coming from last week, or it might even come up on Sunday. We're familiarizing ourselves with the difference between hope and faith. I love that. A powerful move. To me, this could even be like the difference between hope and faith. There could be big shifts in your energetic field when you just learn to discern the difference between intuition and fear, hope and faith. Yeah, we have an uncharted sea and sacred reference coming out here. So as you grow, as you expand, as you increase that capacity and you're replenishing, now you have the responsibility of managing more emotions, more love. Thank you, Spirit. I just heard a goose outside my window flying by, and gooses to me are my grandpa. Like, that's always my grandpa's spirit coming through. He is a huge goose guy. A huge goose guy. He picked his cemetery based on the wild geese that hang there. The cemetery where he was interred. I think that's just beautiful. So, that goose was probably headed there to see him. I think that's great. Aw, thank you, Spirit. That does make me feel great and full. So we have It Is What It Is. We have that 6 coming out. Again, I'm getting that waiting energy. I'm getting that what you do in that space. If you find yourself waiting, it's what you do in that space, what you do with your time and energy in that space. Look at this, a burst of magic. Again with the lotus. This opening up. Expansion. It is like magic when your heart capacity expands out of nowhere. Again, you guys, I likened it to the beginning of being like the source of a dark night of the soul. It's like when you know that your capacity for love could be so much bigger and you ask for it and God answers that prayer, you're not necessarily ready. Because it's like it creates all this space for love. And then that creates this like desire to fill that space, which creates that illusion of there being a void. It's like, the drop. That's a funny analogy, Spirit. We use a bucket analogy to talk about my daughter's allergies. I don't know if anybody's ever heard this before, but with people with multiple allergies, it makes sense. But it's like if you have a bucket, like say somebody with regular allergies, like they get exposed to one allergen and it's just a drop in the bucket, right? But when you have somebody with multiple allergens and they're exposed to multiple allergens, it fills the bucket faster. And it's like Spirit showing me is that being like the different avenues that you use to fill your buckets, the different ways you access inspiration and source, the different ways that you have to call love into your life. And that stuff happens in that space of waiting for the new partner, or waiting for you're not waiting for the healing. The way that you actively do the healing is to get closer to God by opening yourself up to source, by allowing source to replenish and refill that. I want to say that it's like an illusion, that space. The space is very real, but you haven't lost God's love. You've just grown in the capacity to receive it. You've grown in the capacity to contain it. And so it gives this illusion of feeling empty. But it's like as soon as you realize that God has several ways, several means, several sources to pour into that vessel, as that vessel expands, it's like once you start to see and understand that, that's when that dark night of the soul begins to subside, begins to make space for that replenish, open up, remove the barriers for that replenishing. It's like once you're aware of those different ways to access God's love and source, I do believe in Jesus. I have no reason not to believe in Jesus. I have a lovely deck here, but I'm not really sure where it is. It is a channel favorite. That's scripture. And sometimes I get it out. Actually, I get it out quite frequently, but ironically, it seems to be, oh, here it is. It's one of my favorites. We love to break this. Loving Words of Jesus stuck out. It's actually quite fitting in the throat chakra category, so we can break it out again. We love Jesus and his oracles. just make up songs. I'm just gonna vocal stim for a while with you guys and just make up random songs. Anywhere 2 or more people gather in his name. Prayers and miracles, right, are to follow. or miracles from the prayers. You know, and I mean, that makes me think a lot. Thank you, Big 1111. That makes me think a lot of like Sadie's prayer circles, right? We're always gathering as two or more in packs of two or more and praying for each other's capacities to expand. So no wonder we all have such big, beautiful hearts and are feeling this desire to replenish, to fill ourselves with that source. Ooh, something flipped in there. What did we get? Whosoever, okay. Do you guys remember I was talking about Saint Bernadette, and I was talking about one of the ways that she, the way that she saw what it means to be in service. Because it was never, like, she was doing things for other human beings, but she was doing them in service to the Lord. Right? That was how her cup stayed full. She wasn't looking for those other people to fill her cup. But in the act of filling their cups, she could see how God was replenishing hers. Thank you. Whosoever shall do the will of my Father, which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. Thank you so much. I love my bro earthers and my sisters. Whenever we gather together, to pray for that expansion, that capacity to learn, to grow, to nourish each other, we come together as a family, collectively. Chosen family. Aw, thank you, Spirit. Love one another as I have loved you. A perfect one to come out on our heart chakra day. Wednesday, you guys, is my regular heart chakra day too. So I absolutely loved that we started with heart chakra today. It felt very fitting. I love that love is coming out. I love love. Love loves me back. It's one of my favorite ones. Seek and ye shall find. 77. I saw 77 at the beginning of our readings tonight when we had 7 people and 7 likes. So that number may be significant to you. I was born in 77. Significant to me on my journey in such a way. So it may be confirmation. Again, 7s are about going inwards too. It's about that self-discovery. Be willing to explore the capacity you have created so that you can find the areas where source is being blocked, where you're not open to receive. Thank you, Spirit. I just see like a genie in a bottle. Like exploring the space. Exploring how you can fill the capacity, how you can let the love in, the source, the light. Oh, I love this. This is how they end every Catholic Mass. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. I will forever be a Catholic girl at heart. Oh, these are not personal readings tonight. These are just collective readings that we're doing. But if you stick around, there might be a message in here for you. I do personal readings on Sunday. Currently, we are doing by special request, back by popular demand, a quick deck tour. We are looking at all my different decks for the next, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 weeks probably. I'm looking for, I can't find the box for these. What did I do with them? Jesus, I guess you're staying out here with us. Guess you're staying because I can't find your box. I don't know what I did with it. Okay, we like Jesus. We'll keep him. You're a Catholic girl at heart. He's a Catholic girl at heart. That gives me the giggles. Gives me the giggles. Okay, here we go. I just suddenly was 12 when you said that. I just suddenly became 12. Where the heck did I put that box? That's going to drive me crazy, guys. Sipping my water. A little break. We have got, let's see. I got a bunch of blue ones out here. We're almost moving into like purple and white. Oh, there's the box. I found it. We'll keep them out anyways, guys. Just in case anybody wants to ask if I have any other influences. We'll just keep them here for protection and guidance and good vibes. Jesus, don't fall. Jesus, stay with us. Stay with us, brother. Bro Earthers, stay with us. There we go. We'll keep Jesus. So let's look at this Reiki deck. Is a lot of fun. This is another one where it's like even though I practice Reiki, guys, I don't really always know. Okay, if you're going to, sorry guys, if you're gonna flood, I'm gonna block you. This time I will remove them, but if I see another one come up, I'll just block you. Or I'm sure one of my other people, my moderators. I had a comment this week, somebody wants to come check out one of our lives, guys, but they're afraid they can't survive the moderators. I don't know what you guys are doing out there, that you've instilled fear and people are like really feeling challenged by surviving my moderators, but I think it's great because to me it says that you guys create a safe and loving space for people to share in. And it also makes me laugh when you block people. Oh, okay. Let's see what comes out of this. This is another one of those decks that sometimes I have to look things up because of the verbiage. I have amazing moderators, Callie girl. I'll probably make you one of them someday. I admit that I just sort of defaulted to people that I knew from other groups and other live chats that I knew had thought processes similar to mine or were interested in growth. You guys, get out. Heart chakra day. Get out. This has got to be the second or third deck that love has come out, like right off the bat. So I'm just taking it in, guys. Like, I'm amazed. I love all the love. It's like spirit. If you needed a confirmation in your life that spirit is paying attention, spirit is interacting, that the messages are authentic and real and for your well-being, just watch tonight's live and see how many times the love, love, love keeps surfacing. Right? And I was talking about that, the capacity of love, how to expand it, how to replenish it once it's expanded. We were talking about how the drop in a thimble seems very filling compared to once you've prayed for the expansion. Now you've got a drop of love, a drop of water, a drop of source in a gallon container. It's going to feel like a void. You have to give it time. You have to find the sources to draw it in. You have to find the sources to draw it in. I love that. Wealth. I saw the goldfish, the fish, and I was just thinking of that water pouring in. This is like a breach, right? Like coming over. You have to find those spots in your vessel where you can allow love to freely flow in. I want to keep that card. So, oh, look, just as I was cutting it, be compassionate. There's all of those lotuses again. Lotus after lotus after lotus. One of the ways that we do this, one of the ways that we fill our vessel is through compassion. Again, with harmony and balance coming out. We've seen harmony and balance several times this evening by name. I'll keep it out. To maintain harmony and balance is to notice that the void is space that can be replenished and not things that are missing. It's like space to add. It's not that the love has diminished, it's that your capacity for it has expanded. Light switch. Ooh, your energy light switch, your Chokure. This is one of my favorite symbols for Reiki, for energy healing. Power, source, light, that refilling of our vessel. The source itself. There's that energy exchange again, that how we connect with others, allowing our connections with others to inform our compassion, to allow the reflection that they're showing us of ourselves, our traits, our humanness, where we may be falling short, to allow that to inform our spirit, our soul, our growth, our nourishment, what we nourish, how we nourish it, how we nourish each other. Again, this is that 10 of Cups vibes, where it's like how these connections with other people, how these exchanges become sources for replenishment. How they show us where the spillover, where the source comes in to our vessel, where the power, the energy, the source can get through, and also where it's blocked. Our relationship with others show us where we're blocked, where we need work, where we need balance. Sure, Garrett. They can be, again, partnerships, exchanges, love, friend, connection. Understanding that even though, listen, if your capacity has expanded, it's like I'm hearing this warning to not, it's like it's coming away from a scarcity mindset and understanding that you still have the love to share. You just have more of an opportunity to receive it now. You're more open to receiving it from source. Okay, so it's like staying away from that as your vessel expands, right? To include other people, to include more connections, to start to think of connections that have maybe, we have told stories where we're the victim, to start to see them in ways where we're actually a victor, where we're not needing to say or paint people in a bad light to make ourselves feel better, right? That we can embrace that they're on their own journey and that whatever experience we had to them was able to show us, I was going to say, where the flaws in our vessels are. Anybody who has done ceramics, for example, would understand that when the clay is wet and it has bubbles in it, you have to work the bubbles out, because when you heat that vessel, the air expansion can cause the vessel to break, right? And so it's like there's some understanding of thank you, Spirit. I used also the yoke as an example of like balancing a friendship, right? Balancing multiple emotions, multiple sources, more than one vessel, and how like if one side breaks, it can feel uneven. It can be hard to like repair connections. Thank you, Spirit. I don't know why that's coming up, but I love it anyways. There's something more about heart down here. Look at this, because it just keeps going with connection. Family, friend, love. There's a lot of peopling energy. This is like that 10 of Cups energy we had in the beginning. Where did I just see the heart? Last week I talked about understanding faith more. I know I just saw a heart card. Stop. Where did it go? You're messing with me, Spirit. Here it is. Put heart in your work. What a beautiful deck. Lots of connection coming out in the deck. Lots and lots of connection. So, you know, if you are struggling, if your vessel has recently expanded and you find yourself sort of kicking around in the dark and needing to replenish, don't be afraid, ashamed, don't feel burdened, right? To connect with the people you love and who love you at that time. Use your connections with them to reflect yourself, what you're projecting, right? Learn to understand how to see your projections in your connections so that you can heal any wounds that may be deterring your replenishment process. That's the best way I could say it. Spirit, you show me these weird things and I'm supposed to figure out how to translate them. I see a lot of pictures, guys. I do get like auditory downloads too. Like I'll hear things. But a lot of times, a lot of my visions are like visual. Like they're visual things that I have to try to describe in words that there are none for, or that I'm just like humanly unable to tap into or draw on at the time. And to me, it's funny because I'll be like, how the hell do I describe this image to you guys that I'm being shown? So a lot of times that pause and then a weird string of words that like make sense in my brain, but you guys don't see the vision that I'm trying to describe. Can I show you love? No, God can show you love, though. Source can show you love. I can't show you love. I mean, I show myself love, and then I share it. Whether or not you see it is between you and God. So I guess, yes, I can show people love. I don't know. That seems like a loaded question, Abraham. Okay. That's message, Spirit. We love our people, judgment. Oh, big 1111. I love you. Nice judgment call. This has so much in my energy right now, that idea of like as our vessel expands and we're seeking to fill it. One of the parts of my meditation, my understanding was that the only way to fill it is through source. The only way to fill the expanding capacity is to allow yourself to surrender to and get closer to God. And I'm getting, again, that energy of discernment, of awareness of being a spiritual being, having a human experience. Two of Cups. We saw Two of Cups in the beginning. This is one of my favorite cards in this whole deck. Playful, grounded. Do you remember, I think it was last week when we kept getting like the rider, it might have been even Sunday, and we kept getting the rider out of the little, what was that deck? I know you know what I'm talking about. The little Knight Rider energy, and he's flying in the sky. And I was like, we kept getting these images of like a guy trying to hold on to the earth while the girl's like pulling him into the ethers. That's the vibe I'm getting from these. It's like this effort to stay grounded in the earthly matters while being pulled towards spirit. And those two cards right there also make me think, just that contextually speaking also makes me think of Plato's Phaedrus again, which has the chariot analogy, you guys, which I absolutely love. We have the Lovers on the bottom. We have the Empress on the bottom. Hello. I will take both of those. I'm hearing, for those of you who are in separation, if you're wondering how this person views you, sees you, feels you, it's like an all-encompassing feeling. It's almost like this person at one point was trying to decide, were you a friend or a lover? Like what were you really? And then having them get to this point where they realize that the Empress is both. Like that's the trick of that capacity, that expansion of capacity. When you expand that capacity, thank you, it spreads across several timelines. You become a friend and a lover. I get this vibe that there's a particular person who just can't, it's like they cannot detach from your energy. They have no desire to detach from your energy. They don't see a timeline for themselves that does not include you in the highest light, in the best possible way. It's like this person has no ill feeling towards you. It's intimidating is what it is. This is like somebody who always knew whether somebody was one category or another, and has never had somebody that fit the whole package. And it's intimidating and scary. It's intimidating and scary. So we have Five of Cups coming out in this struggle. Big feelings of like regretting not knowing what to do with the love, with the empty vessel, with the capacity to love more, to continue to love, but not knowing how to replenish the vessel, how to fill the extra space it has created. It's like you came in. I'm seeing somebody blow a bubble, like bubble gum. It's like you came in and you expanded this person's capacity for love unexpectedly, right? Like they were like the type of person that snapped bubbles. You know how like people snap their bubble gum? It's like this person was always like snapping their bubble gum and connections, and then all of a sudden somebody came in and it was just like whoop, sudden, quick, giant expansion. And you know when it pops and like gets on your nose and your face and your eyelashes, like why I'm being shown this, but it's like that unexpected, don't know what to do with it now that it's happened. Like, don't, bubble snap. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know you know what I'm talking about. I know you know what and that's funny because I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that there is a bubble up there. That must be mentally where it came from. But there is like this, there's like memories. This is like a memory of how you came in and expanded this person's world, expanded their universe, made them see. It was like made them see that love isn't a competition. It isn't a race. It isn't. It's interesting because it was like I was hearing it isn't something to obtain, but it is something to contain. And I'm not sure how that resonates, but it's like it's what I'm hearing. It's like in a competition, you're not after the cup, right? In a competition, you're at, thank you, Spirit. It's like in the competition, you're after the trophy, you're after the cup. But in containment, it's about what's in the cup. It's about what you're replenishing with. It's what you're filling the cup with. Ooh, the devil in reverse. It's letting go of codependency. So if you are in separation, there may be somebody that is just, yeah, replenishing. There's somebody that's replenishing. There's somebody that's trying to step away from codependent behaviors. Mind you, a lot of times when you are asking spirit to move you away from these codependent behaviors, that's when that capacity for love increases. That's when the heart chakra will literally flutter, expand, and it can be almost scary. When your capacity for love grows, it's scary. That's that dark night of the soul energy. That's when reminding yourself that it's happening for you and not to you is most beneficial. That is also, I'm finding, a great time when we're talking about discerning between fears, like the ego and the spiritual stuff. World coming out again for like the 4th time. I feel like every time I've gotten a tarot deck out tonight, we've seen the world come up. We've also gotten 2 of Cups a few times. I forgot what I was going to say. Keep going, Spirit. I was going to say something there, but there was like this time of regeneration, replenishing that needs to happen. If this is in regards to a connection, specifically a love connection, a romantic connection, and you're in the energy of waiting to connect with this person, please understand that they do still love you. They intend on filling the capacity. They intend on filling the capacity. We had the Hierophant earlier too. Higher level commitment. They're just going through this process of reflection right now, of seeing themselves through their connections. Thank you. Seeing themselves through their connections. Stepping back, exploring. Thank you. 3 of Cups, how they've connected with others. They're also exploring boundaries they've had and blockages. Again, this gives me that energy of where are the blockages that are keeping your vessel from being replenished and refilled. It's like this person is looking at those, and it may be the first time in their entire life that they ever have. It's like maybe the first time in their entire life that they've ever really just looked at their values and started discerning what they stand for. You know, when it's the first time you're discerning what you really stand for in your life is a scary freaking thing to do. It's a scary part of a healing path, a healing journey. Oh, I'm going to screenshot that. Sorry for my hand being in your way. I'll look up the poem. Maybe I can find something to share from it. Oh, that was a beautiful message out of that deck, though. I'll take it. I'll claim it, Spirit. We had the Lovers, the Two of Cups, the Devil in reverse. I love that energy of being like that. I just see this bubble expanding across several timelines. It's almost like having your capacity loved, expanding across lifetimes. I'm seeing like across dimensions into other lifetimes with this person. It's why the connection is so intense and so personal and so triggering, I'm hearing, for them and for you. If that doesn't resonate, it's not your reading, guys. You don't have to take anything that doesn't resonate. These are collective tonight. We are just going through my collection of decks. We are on week 2, row 3. Exploring my lovely little... let's see, the first week we did these 2 last week. We just are finishing up this row. I do have some affirmation cards back there we may or may not get to. I just pulled out this. So we have started the back of this row now. I don't know that we'll get through this whole thing tonight, but we can try. And then in a couple weeks, as the popular demand for a deck tour continues, we will look at what's on the shelf over there. So there's a lot to look at. We're doing this on Wednesdays. If you're here because you love the personal readings, oh, I love the Raven. If you're 5's change. If you're here because you love the personal readings, I will do those on Sundays. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I open up the list for personals. Tonight we are just seeing what comes up and out of the decks, collectively speaking. We saw the shark a couple times. If anybody has any kind of... And it came up with purpose, I think, in the last one, too. I don't know if anybody... I don't remember what deck I saw the shark in. Was it the Oceanic one? Or was it Spirit Songs? I feel like it was Spirit Songs. I'm curious now. Must have been on the other side. Nope, I must have shuffled them right back in. Hold on. Where is the reading? Ooh, I love the sun in this one. Sorry while I look for it. I feel like this was the one that we saw a shark in. I just wanted to see what words were associated with a shark in it. Because I felt like one of them was purpose, but I could be wrong. But I think it would be cool if both decks had sharks with purpose. I'm just curious now if I'm imagining, if I glitched the matrix on myself there. Oh, man, where did all the cards go from our reading earlier? Did I put them in the wrong deck? Nope, there they are. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't see a shark. Was it the Oceanic deck? I felt like we saw a shark. I could be wrong. You see a whale. Do you guys remember me? I know we saw a shark. I just don't know if it was this deck. I don't know if anybody else remembers seeing the shark. I did an Oceanic deck a few minutes ago, so it could have been the Oceanic deck too. I'm here. I'm here. Don't lose hope. I'm still here. I'm just losing my mind, apparently, in the background. I'm just convinced it's in here, but now I can't find it. Oy, oy vey. Okay. I guess I imagined that one. Unless I put it in the wrong deck. Maybe it's in the Oceanic one. Let's see. I'm just really curious because I felt like I saw the word purpose with shark already tonight. I didn't think I was imagining it, but maybe I am. Glitching my own matrix here. Okay, these do have words on them, so it could very well be from when yeah, here we go. Oh, it was victory. But we did get, I feel like we did get purpose in that reading. Partnership, trust, ambition, luck, motivation. Ambition and motivation are good ones. We must have had purpose in another deck, but still. Love my Ace of Cups. Anyways, I knew we saw shark. I knew we saw shark. We'll take that as victory in purpose. You find victory in purpose. Ah, you find victory through your purpose. Thank you, Spirit. That's beautiful. Living in purpose is like finding and removing blockages to source, right? So that your vessel can be filled by Spirit, by God, by source, not by others, right? We discover the blockages through our interactions with others, but we do it by a means of self-reflection, self-mastery. My OCD wants to flip that crystal. Don't ask me why. That was important. I get distracted by the stupidest things sometimes, guys. Don't ask me. Keep going with these killer messages, Spirit. They're beautiful. Red-crowned crane. Loyalty. Again, I'm going to say, guys, if you were doubting somebody's loyalty because they've either gone quiet or pulled back, they're just going through the process right now. They're having that expansion, right? They've prayed for their capacity to be increased, and now they have to find a way to be open to receive, right? The capacity has increased, but now they're looking for the source to fill it. Right? And again, it's an illusion. You have the same amount of love, but the cup is much bigger. When you've asked for your capacity to grow and your cup has expanded, the thimble of water you may have been carrying for someone suddenly doesn't feel like very much. And that can be almost like a humbling experience, okay? So it's like this person is humbled that they didn't offer you more, but they didn't have the capacity for it. But now they've prayed for the capacity, and they're almost scared. It's like intimidating how quickly and how expansive this capacity grew for this person. And now they don't know what to do with the empty space. That's beautiful. There's definitely was a big, Donna, there was a huge pullback energy. Earlier, there was 3 knights came out. I don't know if you were there for that. 3 knight cards came out in a row. Everything but the Knight of Cups. So it was like there's this movement. There's this expansion and the stuff going on, but like not there. Which was ironic because that's what the whole reading was what was about the capacity to love. Sacrifice. We have towery kind of energy coming from this bowl. I just heard like bowl in a china shop. A bowl in a china shop. It's like this person is trying not to smash. It's like they're suddenly aware of their vessel. They're suddenly aware of the fragility of it. They're suddenly aware of not just the fragility of their own vessel, but of others around them and what has been projected. And again, when I see the bowl, I think of Taurus and I think that grounding earth energy. I think of somebody really trying to stay in the earthly matters. And it was like when spirit came in and expanded them. The word down here with bowl is sacrifice. And it was like they had to sacrifice everything that they thought that they knew about love in order for this capacity to increase. Big Leo vibes. This says protection, lioness. I've been seeing 12, 21 a lot. We have 21 here. It says protection. I would say in this time between now and Leo season, you're protected. You only have to be concerned with, making sure the blockage is in your own vessel. Making sure that I'm laughing because there was in one of the last decks, there was a door in a couple decks ago that was locked closed. And this one's cracked open and light is shining through. So it's like you only have to be concerned with what you're bringing in to your vessel, what you're opening up to energetically, yourself. It's like remove the concern for what they are opening themselves up to, what their capacity is, what their ability to replenish themselves or you is. Put that aside. From now to Leo season, you're meant to focus on your purpose, your goals, your expansion, your vessel, your capacity, your stability, your leadership. Look, we got Ganesh coming through again. He was the first card we started off with him this evening. When I see the elephant, I instantly heard this person hasn't forgotten you. Okay. Like elephants are good at remembering. They have a large capacity for love too. Elephants. Elephants are very loving, gentle creatures. Okay. It's like they have a very large capacity for love. And generally speaking, I don't know why, but I always think of them as they're stubborn but also patient. The kind of vibe that they give me. Like they could be strong and steadfast, but it's like hard to move. Thank you. That's what I mean by patient. It'd be like hard to move. I heard hard to anger. I don't know if elephants are hard to anger, but that's a vibe that's coming through right now. Thank you. As you expand, guys, as your capacity expands and you learn how to pull in the abundance, the stability, as you learn to draw that in and fill, it's like the vessel, the pressure of the source inside the vessel, the equilibrium, right? The container, it strengthens the container, it becomes less fragile. It's an interesting way of putting it, Spirit, because, like it's almost like perfect amount of water in a glass. Too much and it's top heavy, too little and it's light and can like fall over easy. You know what I mean? Like think of those plastic tumblers, you know what? The giant plastic tumblers you used to get as a kid. How easy they were to knock over if they didn't have enough in them, right? And it's like learning how to get enough in them that they're like firmly set, firmly established. It's like that's the goal either that this person is in or that you should have right now when it comes to like, okay, I've already experienced the expansion of my capacity. Now I need to let that vessel replenish so that it's strengthened, so that it's solid, so that it's firm where it is. So nobody can pick it up and run away with it. Be hard to knock over when it's full. I'm also seeing like Jesus changing water to wine, all the different large carafes full of water. Which is beautiful. Beautiful thing to think about, especially if you're an alchemist at heart, right? Changing water into wine. Jesus is the ultimate alchemist for anybody who is wondering, anybody who doubted it. This is a beautiful deck. Oh, look, the Emperor. The Emperor coming out. Again, with them Leo vibes. The sunshine coming through. Summer. Sunshine. Leo. Leo energy. Four of Wands. Union. If we're talking about Leo season. Reunion. Union. Communion, I just heard. There's the Fool again on the split. We've seen the Fool at least once or twice. That's New Beginnings. We saw New Beginnings several times across other decks. That would be the Fool energy coming through. So if you're looking for a new beginning, listen. If you want a new beginning with somebody, give them the time to change. Give them the time and the space to become the new person. You can't have new beginnings with old energy. Then you just have a repeat of old beginnings, right? Give people the time and the space, thank you, to turn their shit around. Ooh, wheel keeps coming up. Thanks, Jimmy James. We hope you have a blessed evening too. We hope you have a fabulous time while you're here, however brief it may be. We hope that you have a life full of love and compassion and empathy. We hope that the people around you that you surround yourself with have a great and vast capacity for love and acceptance. Let's see. Oh, look who came out. The Fool. I was just saying that. You can have hope. You can have hope for this new beginning, right? What we said this last week, the difference between hope and faith. Faith is present. You can have hope in this new beginning down the road, and you can have faith that the healing to make it happen is occurring now. You can have faith that the universe is aligning it in the present, right? I have faith that I'm going through the process of expanding in my capacity to love others more thoroughly, more completely, more unconditionally. I have faith in that process. I have faith that now that I have expanded my vessel to receive more love, I have faith that I will have the opportunities. I have hope for those opportunities in the future to be able to pour out from that cup that God filled for me. Thank you, Spirit. That just flipped. Wheel of Fortune again. Lovers again. Look at these beautiful cards. Let's really take a minute with these. We see the seasons here. Again, giving me huge Leo vibes. Drawing on inspiration, drawing on source, drawing on God, right? Drawing on their connection with spirit to grow, nurture, and expand on their journeys individually and together. Again, if you are praying for or you are hoping for some sort of reunion, it's like give this person the time to make the changes necessary to get their ish together so that they can come in anew, renewed, unnewed, replenished in spirit, of spirit, by spirit. Give them the opportunity to converse with God, right? Again, with the Four of Wands coming out. Reunion energy, union energy, celebration. This has huge, like Moses parting the sea. Also, I see the wheat. So big shout out to Tears and Wheat Tarot. We love her channel. So Lati, if you come in later and you see, I was thinking of you. We have a Four of Wands full of wheat here. Understanding the difference between the wheat and tares, it's hard to tell. It's very difficult to tell sometimes. God separates the tares from the wheat for you. You're just called to love them all. We got the Two of Cups again. Using good discernment to divide the tares from the wheat. It's a natural process. God will help you through it. Spirit will help you through it. This Two of Cups energy, again, this ability to replenish your own vessel and knowing that you will have the opportunity to share, to pour out from the cup, that God has filled your cup, right? That you're in a space where you can help someone else replenish, help someone else increase, someone who is, you guys, we keep getting this. Two of Cups, Three of Cups, Two of Cups, Three of Cups. This expansion, this growth, this continued ability to not only fill your own cup, but now, oh, look, I have enough I can really help this person. And it's like you're not doing it to serve the person. We go back to that conversation about Saint Bernadette. We're not doing this to serve the people. We're doing this to serve God. We connect with other people in an effort to get closer to God. And the way that we get closer to God through other people and through connections is by allowing them to reflect our most authentic, truest self, our truest form, so that we can see those areas where we're blocking source, where we're keeping God from refilling our cups, where we're keeping a lid and unable to allow. We have Knight of Wands coming through. We had that earlier. We had Seven of Pentacles earlier. Like removing, I'm seeing like a removal of the lid. It's like you've expanded your vessel. Now you need to work to open it up to allow that source in. It's like the more you open up to allow the source in, the more you realize you have something to share and contribute. The more you realize how important these connections are, the time and the nourishment, the space that you've given people to grow, the opportunity that you've given the people that you love to find themselves. I just heard return to themselves. Sometimes people, for the first time in their life, some people have several little awakenings, right? Some people have several dark nights of the soul. They have several traumatic events where they need to pray to God to increase the capacity of their soul, or else, right? Some people experience like small expansions along the way. I see 36-9, 369, 36 lights, 9 watching. That's a heart chakra number, guys. By the way, my ear just started ringing. Thank you, Spirit. I just want to keep looking at this deck. That was a beautiful reading, but let's look some more. Oh, the Emperor again. See, he back on the bottom. He was on the bottom when we took the deck out. Because I was like, Leo season. I'm telling you, there is something about the Leo. Oh, God, so beautiful. There is something about the Leo season. There we go. Strength. More Leo. Such beautiful cards. Check out this Queen of Pentacles. So pretty. We should definitely use this deck more often. I'll have to pull it and put it on top. Make sure it's where I can see it better. What's next? We have, let's see, we used all these. Let me put those over here to the side. Oops, I left some out. I wondered why the deck was so loose in there, because I left the whole reading out. Let's get those in there. That's more like it. Oh, I'm sorry that your father's not feeling well. Tonight, I'm sorry, but Shivani, tonight is not personals, but I do personals on Sunday. This is collective readings tonight. We're just doing a quick tour of my decks. I say quick, but it'll be about 4 weeks. We are on week 2 of getting through my trunk, checking out what decks I have, exploring what is on tap around here. But I do on Sundays, I do personal readings at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 9:36 where you are. Get out, because that was the number I saw, 936. I love that. Sorry, Shivani. Just Wednesdays are mostly collective. Sometimes I do personals after, but because we're doing the deck tour right now, sort of a special edition collective readings. But you're welcome to stick around. There may be a message that resonates or comes up for you that answers some questions you may have. Again, don't take anything, guys, that doesn't resonate for you in your journey right now. These are collective, and we are all on individual journeys. So if something does not resonate for you, please leave it for somebody else to pick up. Let's see what the hero's journey has to tell us. I love the artwork in this cards. These cards, the artwork reminds me of the artwork in this Sufi Wisdom Oracle. And I might compare them for you guys so you see what I mean. Since we're doing a deck tour, they have the long, flowing, they have a very similar style, artistically speaking. Let's see. Oh, did you see the way that flew out? I love it. Something about the angels. 10,000 angels. We have, look. Lean on your circle of supernatural supporters. Again, we saw the 17 earlier, and I was talking a lot about 17 being like a number of introspection. 7s are all about introspection. The one is like introspection with the help of God, the universe. right? Using how we're connecting with others, how they're reflecting back who you authentically are, right? Using that reflection of yourself and using your spirit guides to discern what about that reflection you need to know. What about that reflection might you need to, say, address, right? To remove a blockage, to open up an avenue to source. Thank you, Spirit. Okay, do you see this long, flowy energy? So stand up and be recognized. Behold, you are the inspiration you've been looking for. That too. That too. But I want to show you the artwork, what I meant. This long, flowy artwork. It's like this soft, gentle. They're colors too, the colors through these two decks. They have very similar vibe. I do not think they're the same artist. I don't think this deck tells you who the artist is. I might have to look it up at another time. Because this one's called The Hero's Journey Dream Oracle, but there's no name on it. Usually there's an artist name, but I do not see one. But I've always, like, almost confused these two decks because of the artwork. I am curious if they might be the same artist, because they are very similar styles. Very, very similar feelings get elicited when I use them. So I just wanted to show you guys that. I thought that was a cool thing between these two decks. I think I've used them together a lot because of that reason. There's something peaceful about the art. Something like brings in it's like these two decks are like sources of peace and harmony. When we talk about decks as tools for discernment, you know, I might use these decks in particular if I needed to draw in more peace and more harmony. I love 10,000 Angels. I am going to remind you guys there are meditations out there with the 72 names of the angels done in Hebrew. For me, it's a very relaxing, opening, expansive thing to listen to. It's a very, these cards, these ones are called the Hero's Journeys Dream Oracle, but I don't know who the creator is. I was just saying that the creator isn't written on them, so you would have to look them up. But I love the art on them. I think they're absolutely beautiful. These and the other one I just showed you, the Sufi Wisdom. Sufi Wisdom. These two together, they're good companion decks. Spirit, best messages, the call. It's funny because I was just seeing one that was about purpose that was in the deck, and I was like, well, if it's meant to be, it'll come back up. But here we go. The call. Honor the whisper of your soul. I'm getting that as being like Spirit showing you those places where you're meant to tap into source, where you're meant to fill the capacity, where you're meant to draw in from. Okay, I just heard the cleanest water, the cleanest wells. Ah. Okay, you guys, what did I say about giving this person space? What did I say about giving this person space to figure out where they need to expand? Where they need growth? It says you're in great company. Pull back to propel forward. So again, with the union energy, again, with that, using the connections in our lives to reflect the areas where we need to allow source to, I heard saturate, since we're using so much of the water analogy. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, that came out fast. I'm telling you, if you're waiting for somebody to return, okay. It says the return, own your mastery. I've been saying it from very early on, and I kept seeing the number 4. Whenever this came up, I kept seeing the number 4. You need to return to self. You need to focus on your journey. You need to focus where your blockage is, where you're not letting source in, where your capacity to love has increased, but you have yet to replenish your cup. Okay? Your capacity, your cup has grown, but now you have to let the well fill it. And that is a self-made, self-motivated, self-discovered, that's about self. Yes, it's something you can gain through connections with others, but it's the self-awareness within those connections that creates the avenues for source to pour in, to saturate those areas of your life. Look, because we had this out in the beginning, now it actually came out. Again with the 4. 440. Stand up and be recognized. Behold, you are the inspiration you've been looking for. That focusing on self. Seeing where your own capacity has grown and recognizing the sources of inspiration. Prepare for a makeover. Here's 7 again. That's that introspection coming up. It says time for a quantum leap. Didn't I say that before? Like having a big bubble blow up, right? Like blowing up this huge bubble and having it expand across several timelines and almost being able, a big bubble, almost being able to decide where to move about inside that bubble to land on the best, on that bubble, to land on that best timeline. To discover that, I heard best version of self. Ooh. Love that. We'll keep that. I love the card behind that was Be Reborn Daily. It says let go of the past and breathe in your new incarnation. Oh, that's beautiful. Great imagery too. This is also giving me that heated expansion. The warmth that you pull in from source. Okay. Helps to expand your vessel. Ooh, Spirit. We're not doing personals tonight. We're just doing collective readings. Okay. I do personals though on Sunday. If you want to come back and ask a question on Sunday, that would be the night that I answer questions. I would say that is the night that I more determinedly answer questions. I guess every once in a while on a Wednesday you can catch me answering questions, but this will not be one of those Wednesdays. Thank you for asking though. Tonight we are just doing a quick little collective tour. I say quick, but it'll be several weeks. We're doing a tour of my decks. We're seeing what's on tap over here. We are about to start what I would consider my third eye and crown stack. If you guys want to continue, I know we are 3.5 hours in. I see 3:33. If you guys are up for more decks, we can keep digging. If you guys are up for hanging out a little bit longer, we will go ahead and we will tackle the crown. Yes, we can tackle the crown. So if you guys are up for it, let's do the third eye and the crown cards. So we have Brit's third eye, which is funny because it's in white with purple, and so I kind of put it in my crown pile, but it is technically a third eye deck. But they're both in the same row, so we're not, splitting hairs. So we, hi Tam. We have the Everyday Tarot, again with the purple vibes. So we have that third eye chakra to crown. I do crown as for me is white, and third eye is. So again, we have goes between third eye and crown, which makes sense to me. Like in my decks, how I line them up and associate them with each other. I consider this to be a third eye and crown. We have the Cosmic Slumber. This hits third. This goes straight through like a lot of them, but I keep it in my crown and third eye row because of the white and purple again, just so we're clear. Sacred Destiny. Sometimes I think of this more of a throat chakra deck. It's like right between the blues and purples, so we'll start there. And then this stack is much smaller, you guys, the third eye and crown stack, in my personal opinion. So we have two of these stacks by the same creator, Gabriella Bernstein. These are beautiful. I love the artwork, and they're like affirmations. Ooh, this is a great one for a third eye. So for third eye and crown, we've got our I'm gonna butcher it if I try to say it, so I'm just not even. Aleister Crowley's deck. There you go. Just put it that way. And then I have these beautiful. Okay, so guys, I never get these out, but you probably recognize these from other channels. I love these cards. I waited a long time finally to order one. The Hermit Tarot. When I flip them over, you guys will recognize them probably. I don't know if you recognize these from other channels. I waited a long time to get them, and then I don't read them. Like I hardly ever read them. I feel like the few times that I tried to read them, they got really karmic-y, and so I really like to try to avoid digging in other people's journeys too much. I like to talk about the healing of our own more if I can. But, it comes up. It comes up, guys. It comes up. It comes up. I try to stay away from karmic readings. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes you guys ask karmic questions and I can't avoid it. But generally speaking, I want to speak. And I've been talking about this. I even talked about it earlier tonight. It's like, watch how you speak about others. If you want people to speak more highly of you, speak more highly of others. When we're talking about how our connections are reflecting our true authentic nature and our value and how we're connecting with people, like really think about how you're talking about the people you proposedly, intrinsically feel like you love. Are you painting them into a corner where they can never change, where they can never grow, where they've always done you wrong? Or are you leaving the hope and the faith open that they're growing in the same ways that you are, that they are learning how to expand their capacity for love, that they are opening themselves to source, to fill, to expand that, to fill that container, to tap in the same way you are. Think of how many years you didn't even realize there was a healing journey to be had, right? You have to give people the same space to discover that for themselves. And by doing that, that's how we practice forgiveness and compassion. Also, guys, forgiveness is active. Forgiveness is active. When you look back at the scripture and he talks about how you have to forgive somebody 777 times, that could be for one offense. One offense is going to come up in your life over and over and over again. Forgiveness is active. It doesn't mean you have to let the same person keep hurting you. That's a common interpretation of that part of the scripture, in my opinion. It does not mean you have to allow an abuser to abuse you. That's not what it means. It means that when you've gotten yourself safely away and you're in the healing process, every time it comes up, you need to actively release it. Forgiveness is active. Okay, I just want to be clear about that. That's my personal interpretation. I've never heard anybody else explain it that way, but it's the only way it makes sense to me. So I like to share that with others. It's the only way that I can reconcile with my heart that part of the scripture, to be honest with you. All right, guys, let's get into one of my favorite anime style decks. Oh, no, this isn't the anime style one. This one is. And this one is. Let's do these two first. Oh, yeah, we can clarify with the Hermit. Why not? I love Brits. I know you guys love Brits too. Let's start with the Cosmic Slumber. Let's start with this one. Thank you guys for understanding that tonight is just collective readings. I'm just kind of embracing my gift from Gabriel and talking to you guys and passing on as many messages as I can. Most of them have the same collective vibe going through them this evening. That tends to happen. I spent the whole week meditating about what it means to increase the capacity of love, and so I'm sharing it with you guys this week. A sip. I may pause for a moment here and just go double check that my daughter's okay. I heard her running a little while ago, but you guys know I like to take a little break at some point and just check on her. Lilia, this is a collective reading. Hold on. Lilia, give them space. But if you go back to the beginning, like if you watch the collective readings that I put out tonight, there is a lot of reunion energy coming in. But it is like important advice to give them the space to go through the processes of expanding their capacity for love. The entire evening is about the expansion of capacity for love. So if any part of the messages tonight, Lilia, resonate with you, you may find a couple tidbits reassuring, a couple bits of the reading to be reassuring. There's a lot of reunion energy coming in. A lot of reunion energy coming through tonight. I think we've seen the Two of Cups, the Lovers, a bunch of times. We saw the Ten of Cups earlier. We saw 10 of Pentacles at one point. We've seen the 7 of Pentacles 3 or 4 times. It's like you've planted the seeds and we're nourished. So funny because I've been thinking about the capacity of love this whole time, and I keep talking about vessels, and every time I talk about vessels I'm seeing like a ceramic pot. So please tell me why when I saw that 7 of Pentacles all I could think of was chia pets. I said you've planted the seeds, and it's like I'm painstakingly seeing somebody like use that little knife to spread chia seeds all over the outside of their pot. It's like using that water, that moisture, that like where source might be seeping out, right? How it's growing and nurturing the environment, the biome, the self-made biome that is known as a chia pet. Thank you, Spirit. Lily, Donna, I agree with you that Lilia's question is perfect for Sundays. Sundays, I do personal readings, Lilia. If you come here 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Usually, generally around that time is when I start a list for personals, and that's on Sunday nights. Or depending on where you're from, it could be Saturday morning, Sunday night, Saturday morning. Bye, Callie girl. Hope to see you Sunday. Have a blessed week. It was good to see you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hanging out. I always appreciate it. Six of Pentacles. Yeah, so again, this comes out in this struggle. It's like waiting for balance to return. This Hanged Man is really something else. Let's check it out. First of all, look at the reflection, guys. It's like this person, this person that you're thinking about, this person that you're waiting for to come through. First of all, they're focused on bank. They're focused on what they're working on. Okay? They're dealing with earthly matters. They're dealing with important stuff right now that has to be addressed, right? But it's like spirit's not going to let them go without showing them themselves. They are being forced to see the reflections of them through their connections with others, and it's almost like they don't have a way to escape this part of the process. There is no way to escape this Tower. We have a Three of Swords in reverse. We have a Tower in reverse, and we have an Eight of Swords in reverse. It's like there's no way to avoid this active self-reflection once you've asked God to expand your capacity for love. Because the first thing God's going to do is show you where you haven't been putting it. Ah, Leo season, guys. Strength again. Strength keeps coming out. I'm feeling like this is for the collective. In this time when the people that we have already determined that we want to pour out to, but maybe they're not open to receive because their capacity is not maxed yet, right? Their ability to absorb. Amen, Tuan. Amen. We agree. Hallelujah. Praise God. We love Jesus too. This ability to fill our own cups and fill others through our connection with Source. Source-led purpose, right? And again, I'm getting that this is focusing on what you are doing, how you are distributing and contributing. Thank you. Distributing and contributing collectively when it comes to what has God shown you about you, about how you love, about where you've put Source, about where you've directed the energy God has put in your cup, the love that God has given you. What have you done with it? You've prayed for your capacity to increase. You prayed for the capacity to increase, but now you are starting to see and understand where you've been blocking Source and why your vessel feels empty. Why it feels like things are being blocked and not coming through. And God shows you through that, through the connections with others, through your relationships, through how you're moving. Mirroring, through the process of mirroring. This deck has extra cards, guys, and I love it, but it has like a morning and a night and some other things, and I just got the morning card, or the night card out, excuse me. And again, this goes into that dark night of the soul where it's like you prayed for the expansion of your vessel, but you didn't really have a connection with God to fill the extra space you were asking for. You prayed for an expansion in your capacity, right? And so suddenly you have all this capacity, and now source, love, feelings, emotions, right? That's what we say water in tarot is associated with the oceans, like emotions, excuse me. So it's like we have this water. Oh, it's like, what are you doing with it? It's almost like this person is overwhelmed by the amount of love that spirit is trying to pour into their vessel now that it's expanded. They're not used to it. It feels funky. Imagine being like dehydrated and then like gulping down water, how that must like almost kind of overwhelm the system, right? It's like you have to pace yourself when you rehydrate. It's like this person is learning how to pace themselves for the first time ever in their life. They're learning how to hydrate, right? If you've, I'm, thank you, the star on the bottom. It's funny because I said that this would be one of my cards tonight where I know I'm on point when it comes to the vessel and being able to refill, replenish, and be able to share that with others, to be able to pour out to others, to be able to use that in our purpose to serve. Here's the universe, to serve the universe. We're not serving each other. Like when I come here and I do this, yes, I'm serving you, but I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for God. I'm doing it for source. I'm doing it for the universe. I'm doing it for the bigger picture. Yes, I love you, Big 1111, but I'm not doing it for Big 1111. I don't need Big 1111's approval. I don't need her validation, right? I don't need her permission. I don't need her participation in my love for her. I don't need her participation in my love for her. Sorry, Big 1111, I'm not picking on you. Just an example. Just an example of what I mean when I say that it's in service to God, it's in service to source. It's an effort to allow more of that love to come into my life or to come into your life via my words, God's words, the words put on my heart, you know? Ooh, thank you, Spirit. I got really warm with that one. That's okay, Bridget. It may not be your reading, love. This is a collective reading. You don't have to take anything that doesn't resonate or doesn't fit. Here we got the Emperor coming through again. So again, we've got somebody that's learning how to expand their capacity for love and then learning how to grow into that space that has been made for them. Growing. We got this growth process right here. Prince of Swords to the King of Swords. Look at this. It's like somebody that went from using their words to hurt people just to use their words to speak truth. It's like there's an understanding now between the difference of using your words with the intention to hurt and using your words with the intention for growth. That has been a huge step on this Emperor's path. How important, how powerful, how meaningful the words that they use. I'm also hearing like how they receive truth. How they choose to receive truth from spirit and through their connections. How they choose to receive it. Are they defensive or are they listening? Are they actively listening? This is the difference between somebody being defensive and somebody being an active listener. An active listener who's prepared to use the information to replenish, to refill, to connect with source. It's like they're right on the cusp. They're right on the beginning of learning how to do that. Learning how to access source in honest and I heard healthy. I always hear healthy and productive, which is a huge laugh for me. Because it's a surefire way to get my favorite masculine to ghost me is to use the words like healthy and productive. I gotta laugh about it. I love him so much. So intimidated by healing. Some people really are so intimidated by healing. Oh, I love these decks though. Let's keep going. Where did I put this one? Here it is. So we'll do Brit's Third Eye. Love that one. And then we'll use Hermit's Tarot on top of that. Yes, thank you, Tam Tam. This is collective readings tonight. Only take what resonates. If it doesn't resonate with you, leave it. Leave it for somebody else. It's not yours. It's not yours. Right? I came on tonight. I found a cool lighter in my trunk while I was digging through my cards. I came on tonight with the goal of just like discussing this capacity, this expanded capacity for love that we're going through collectively. You know, if you haven't prayed for your capacity to love to increase, it's probably not your reading. It's probably not your collective, to be honest with you. Whew! Nothing personal to anybody. No ill feelings. But in this collective, we are concerned with cultivating love in ourselves and others. So, ooh, sorry guys, I'm stretching out my knees. If you are coming here looking for, oh look, 10 of Cups. We started with a 10 of Cups tonight. That's that capacity, that growing in our capacity for learning how different sources of love fill our cup and make us able to then share with others, right? I love this deck. This is a favorite. I think that this is a channel favorite too. If I'm not mistaken, you guys have always enjoyed when I pull this deck out. Hi, Melissa. Welcome in. Thank you guys for all the likes and subscribes. I appreciate it. Please remember that these are collective readings. Only take what resonates. Tonight, this Wednesday night, here we have a 9 of Cups too. All about that filling, getting those cups full, understanding the multiple sources, understanding it's almost like it's a trickle down effect. You see how each cup pours into the next? Look at the capacity, guys. Because the cup gets bigger and bigger. Like I was saying, it's like praying for your capacity to expand and then understanding the ways to fill the new space, the new expansion, I saw the King of Pentacles came out. He came out a couple times tonight. So again, I get this vibe of like somebody being concerned with earthly matters right now. But they were also, when I was seeing that Hanged Man earlier, it's like somebody that's like starting to look at and understand their values more. They're all like almost somebody who's like, I'm hearing being like protective of their values. Or it's like they're forming values that previously weren't there. And now it's like they have to protect it. Because when you start to develop your values, you have to at the same time develop your boundaries. So this may be somebody who is starting to learn how to really develop some energetic boundaries with themselves as it pertains to their values, as it pertains to your newfound values, because this person's newfound values will come with a whole different set of boundaries. Thank you, Spirit. If you are in separation, again, when I see the Nine of Cups together with this King of Pentacles, yeah, thank you. Five of Cups in reverse. This person thinks very highly of you, but they're healing. Again, with that capacity for love, it's like suddenly being aware that you're not, like, your cups aren't filled. It's like you've prayed for cups. God gave you cups, and now you're suddenly in this position of realizing that it's your responsibility to fill them. It's your responsibility to nourish the connection with Spirit so that it can be filled. Thank you, Spirit. It's beautiful. Something else flipped. Hold on. Let me get everything sorted. There we go. Ooh, Lordy, trouble so hard. Why is Moby coming into my head? Oh, if you're a 70s baby, 90s in high school. Oh my gosh, the Emperor keeps coming out. Again, learning new ways to tap into Source. Guys. Now, whenever I see this, I think of the Ace of Cups because of the giant cup behind it. But again, this giant cup, this capacity for love being expanded. Look at this, because we had the Nine of Cups, and when I first saw that, I thought pre-Empress, but it's the Nine of Pentacles, it's pre-Empress, so I'm like, it's hilarious to me that they both came out, because it's really like you're checking off the boxes. This is especially for feminines. Sorry guys. I don't think that it's impossible for you to be in this energy, but you're going to know whether or not your feminine side is healed or is moving in some sort of healed way. So I'm making this message for the feminines in general. But it's like checking off the check. It's like a checklist. Okay, nines. It's like the checklist of like the energy that you need to step into Empress. Okay, it's like I got my values, check. I got my vessels, check. I hope that makes sense, guys. And then again, we keep getting the Fool out. New beginnings, fertility. I always, obviously, particularly in this stack, if you're not looking to have kids, exercise some restraint maybe. But I always get big fertility vibes off of this. Coming away from conflict, stepping away from conflict, rising out of it. Stepping away from it. I'm hearing too internal conflict, stepping away from internal conflict. So the 8 above her head like that, above her crown, it's like seeing the bigger picture, accepting the infiniteness of you. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, look at the Magician. What has she got, guys? It's like once you accept it, once you start to see the bigger picture. You find new and creative ways to play with the universe, right? With favorable results is what I'm hearing. The gratitude for the full cups, the gratitude for the full coffers. Wow. So I just saw the card before I started shuffling. I saw the card for internal conflicts. No, I'm sorry. I saw a card for external conflicts is what I meant to say. And I was just saying that this was internal conflicts. And when I saw the other card, it's like taking what you're learning about internal conflicts and applying it to external conflicts. Interesting. Interesting spirit. This Knight of Wands. We saw this night energy earlier. If you're in separation or you're waiting to hear from somebody or you haven't heard from them for a while, be patient. This person thinks very highly of you, okay? I don't get that this person is attempting to leave you in the cold. What this person is doing is attempting to figure out how to replenish now that their capacity is increasing. Okay, and that can be a scary and intimidating process, and I think that that's what we're seeing. You know what's really cute? Doesn't it look like somebody dipped that heart of fire in the cup and cooled it off? Sorry, I thought that was really cute. Hi, Barbara. Hi, guys. We're just taking a deck tour this evening. Welcome back if you are returning. Welcome if you are new here. We're just looking at my vast collection of decks here this week. It's something we started last week on Wednesday. So if you're curious to see what other kinds of decks I have in my collection, you might want to go back. These is a small collection of collective readings that I'm doing for the collective, just to look at these different decks, check them out. It'll probably be a 4-week series on Wednesdays because I do have so many decks to share with you guys. Let's see, where are we now? But if you do want a personal, if you're used to coming and finding me for personals, I do the lists on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are returning and you're wondering where the list is, you will find it here on Sundays. Okay, I'm trying to figure out which deck I want to go with next. Let's go with the Sacred Destiny. We'll do this one now. Guys, this is probably going to be my last 5 decks for the evening. And then we'll just have one more row over here to finish in the trunk before we start next week. We'll do the last row and we may have an opportunity to start the shelves. I'm kind of excited about the shelves. The shelves hold all of my like bigger official decks, right? The trunk holds all of my like pirated decks. So the shelves hold all of my like treasured official high quality decks. So saving the best for last. Sacred Destiny Oracle. What do we need to know? Voyage. I've seen a whale a couple times. Again with the water, the emotions coming through. Trust. Trusting where you are on your journey, where you've been led to. Trusting your journey. Trusting your voyage, trusting your path, and having the courage to keep going. Even when the waters get nasty. Aw, guys. It's in the stillness. It's in the stillness when we have the opportunity to see where source is feeding us, where the spring of source in our life is. The spring of source. And the spring of source, the love. I love me. I do love me a swan. That's one of my soulmate energies coming through. So if you're looking for confirmation that your partner is thinking of you, if you're in separation and you're looking for confirmation that the person on your mind is thinking of you, I always take the swan as one of those confirmations. Openness, guys. Openness, right? We are open to receive from source even when we're not sure. Even when it's scary and intimidating, even when we're not sure where that source is coming from. Simplicity, abundance. Those are beautiful. Fulfillment. Apple, peaches, pumpkin pie. Who's not ready? Holla I'm telling you, there is somebody coming back around. And it's like almost like fast moving. This person is simplifying their life. They've complicated love. They've complicated it. It's like once they realize how to release, thank you, release is right on the bottom of the deck. Once they realize how to release some of these complications, once they figure out how to simplify, they'll be able to come back in towards you and work on this. I heard sweet in the pot. So the peach sweet in the pot. Oh my gosh, get out. You guys, the song, why am I hearing that? Stop. It's not that kind of a reading, Spirit. I'm hearing Marcy Playground, guys. Why does that peach make me think of Marcy Playground? What is up with that? Hi, guys. This is a collective reading. Just take what resonates, leave the rest. If you need a personal, you can either book with me. The links are in the... no, big 1111. The links are in the, I'm sorry, the page, the channel bio. Let me spit this out. I'm sure I could say these words. We got patience coming through again. We've had a lot of patience coming through this evening. I think that this is the same bird, and I'm not going to dig like I did last time, but I think patience came out with a similar bird earlier. Transformation. We had that beautiful butterfly that fell on my lap. Embracing. Look, we got two. There was like an egret and a crane of sorts here. So we got two of these sort of watery birds. I'm hearing seeking source. Seeking source. These water birds, I'm seeing them as like a seeking source. Figuring out how to allow God into their life more. Oh, Spirit. These are beautiful cards. Let's get a couple more. Thank you so much. We love Jesus. We appreciate you. We hope you have a blessed evening. We're delighted to have you here with us. Thank you for your contribution energetically to the channel. Ooh, who is it that loves... It's horse. It's horse, right? Why can't I think the rest of her name? Horse music. We've got our wisdom, our unicorn coming through. This gateway. Look at a little bit of source coming through over there. Do you see it? Little bit of source over here to start filling our vessels. Thank you. Thank you, Spirit. Gateway, flow, community. Seeing how we're connecting with others, how God is showing us the places where we can draw on source, where we can pull flow. Thank you. Where we can create flow. Really, Spirit? I just heard siphoning source. It's like we're learning how to siphon source. Hi, Cynthia. Yes, we certainly are. And when I see this ship, which is actually in the clouds, right? And I think about that energy that I was talking about earlier, where like the hot air balloon, where it's like it seems empty, but it's full of something, right? It's containing something. It's containing energy. It's containing heat. It's allowed to expand with that process. And it's like understanding here that your source isn't limited, that you're allowed to expand through several modalities. That source comes in many shapes, sizes, and forms, right? That we're allowed to grow and expand. Whoa, the cards went flying. Going forward, we're allowed to grow and expand in new ways. Healing, chaos, solitude. Again, you guys, action right behind solitude. Again, if you're waiting to reconnect with somebody, do not sit in a fearful mindset. Get up, keep moving, stay energetic. Find the areas in your life where you can draw on source to expand. Isn't that wild? I don't even think there's faces in these particular cards, but yes. Some of them really do, Tam. Some cards really do have faces on everyone, but that is weird. That's cool. Like cool weird. Not like weird, crazy Tam, but like cool weird. I like cool stuff like that. Okay. Perception. I heard perception. Okay, I keep saying I'm going to get this out, and then I don't, because I know it's going to get, like, karmic-y. But let's see. Let's look at the Hermit Tarot anyways. Especially, you know, it could resonate. Again, it keeps coming up, this energy of waiting for reunion, for being in a space where old energy is being released and source is being drawn. Thank you. I was trying to think of the best way to word that. Oh, Spirit. Yeah. So we have this, again, I was talking. Look at this. This is that internal conflict going on. This is something that person is going through. Do I lose you or do I lose everything else? What is everything? It's almost like this person is realizing that you're the everything. Remember earlier when I was talking about, excuse me, the juxtaposition and the spread of the Lovers versus the Two of Cups in that particular spread that we were looking at? And I was talking about how this person is starting to see that you're not in just one category. You're not just you, you're everything. And like how intimidating that could be on this person. It's not like if I follow you, I could lose everything. It's like they're realizing that the things that they could lose are earthly matters. They don't fill their vessel. It's like this person is coming into a revelation, a realization that you fill the vessel, that the capacity for love that they prayed for created space for you to have an impact on their life. Oh, Spirit. Say more. Sorry, guys. This one gets karmic-y. But I'm glad it came out in reverse. It says, I want to get you drunk in reverse. To me, that says this person wants to have an honest, serious conversation with you. Having that come out in reverse, it's like this person is like energetically preparing for a sober conversation. A sober and sobering conversation. If this is somebody that has codependent issues, if you are separated from somebody that has certain addictions or certain codependent behaviors related to certain addictions, the reason why you may be in separation at this point is they may be taking their recovery seriously. We did get a card earlier that was strictly recovery. Like that was the word that was on it. So part of this separation is this person trying to heal from codependency, you know? And at first you don't always, it's not, let's say it's not advisable. It's not advisable when you're in like beginning of recovery to be in romantic connections. So there may be this space. There may be this space that they needed to take. Look, because we have another 15 in reverse here, which was you make me want to do bad things. So it's in reverse. It's like, look at, be more selfish in reverse. It's like this person is learning how to walk away from certain codependent behaviors. And because they prayed for this ability to expand. They prayed for this ability to grow in their capacity for love. Thank you, Spirit. Ah, that's exactly right. My life started when I met you. Ditto. Ditto, Spirit. I'm telling you guys, intimidation. Understanding that they have to heal and make changes. It says, please give me time. I've never felt this way before. They have never had this much capacity for love in their life. It scares the shit for somebody that is scared of love. It's like this person asked God why you were put on their path, and God told them to expand their capacity for love, and that freaked them out. Just freaked them right out. Ace of Cups. To expand their capacity for love. Oh my God. Stop. I'm done. I thought this would get really karmic-y, but that was really sweet, guys. That was really sweet. That was beautiful. That was beautifully said, Spirit. Thank you. Look, because as I'm putting him away, I see in reverse here, you hurt me, but that's okay, I guess. Like a deck or two ago, we saw a Prince of Swords and a King of Swords, and it was like the difference of understanding when people are telling you the truth to like get at a resolution, to address an issue, and like not trying to attack you. Aw. I miss you. If you're in separation, this person misses you very much. But still continue to give them the space. Do not take that as like an excuse to run off and message them. They need some space. They need some time. And listen to me telling you guys not to run off and message them, because I totally bombed my masculines inbox today and did not wait for him to reply. And I didn't care. But but that's like my capacity for love. I didn't let the fact that he wasn't replying upset me or anger me. I was open to pouring from my cup because I know how to fill my own cup, right? So I didn't like try to fill his cup and then get mad that he wasn't trying to fill mine back. I just saw 42424. It was like his decision. It was like his free will whether or not he wanted to reciprocate that. And it wasn't my business. It wasn't my place to be upset over whether or not he wanted to. My place and my decision was to decide whether or not I had the capacity for it myself today. That was all I had to be concerned with, is do I have the capacity today to send extra love to this person? I feel like this person could use extra love, and I am not concerned with how they receive it. Do you want to know what true love feels like? That's it. Not being concerned with how your love is received by others and just loving anyways because it's what God called you to do. Thank you, Spirit. Love anyways because it's what God called you to do. Thank you, Gemini Spirit. Yeah, Gemini season, big time, Cynthia. Huge push and pull energy. Huge push and pull. And I'm telling you, when people have never prayed for the capacity of love to increase in their life and they're trying to figure out why somebody's in their life and they realize that it's so their capacity can increase, that's some scary freaking shit. Right? That's a hard thing to wrap your brain around, especially if you're codependent, especially if you're controlling, especially if you're wounded and you haven't really dug into the healing. Oh, let's look at Alistair. Let's look at Alistair's deck. Hello, Mr. Crowley. These are beautiful too. Very well done. Very well done deck. I'm really, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I really love this evening's reading. I'm so glad that we started with the heart chakra and we got to talk about the capacity of love, right? And its expansion. And I love how it kind of carried through the whole evening. That I was able to continue to incorporate it in. It was such a powerful thing to think about for me this week. A powerful meditation. Like a very powerful revelation. I see some cards in here that are flipped. Let's see what they are. They're not right side up. What are they? Is that a 3 of Wands in reverse? Yes, 3 of Wands in reverse. Don't wait. I said it before in different ways, in different contexts. Like if you find yourself in an energy of waiting for somebody to come back towards you, that is a signal that you should be connecting with source. You should be looking for the areas in your life where you're blocking source from coming in. Well, 4 of Cups, but it was in reverse. So whenever I see 4, don't wait, you haven't missed anything. Whenever I see 4 of Cups in reverse, it's like you haven't missed anything, okay? You are right where you're meant to be in this part of your journey. You're not meant to be anywhere else. Don't worry. Don't stress about where you are not. Don't stress about where other people are or are not in reference to you. Prince of Discs. So another Knight of Pentacles energy, but that was in reverse again. Again, like I said, like this waiting energy. Don't put yourself in the energy of waiting. Is that what? Oh, I love Esther Hicks. I don't think I bring her up enough. Oh, yeah, I do. I just call her Abraham Hicks, but I still don't think I bring her up enough. I adore her energy. Look what I just did again. Hold on. There's still some cards in here going in the wrong direction. I didn't find them all, apparently. So let's just pull those ones out and see what we get. Oh, geez, Spirit. What do you do to this deck? What is going on here? How are they all going in opposite directions like that? That's going to be the reading. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Thank you, Spirit, for being so clear about what cards I was meant to take. I appreciate it. Ooh, stretching. We have a Ten of Swords. Get out. The Magician in reverse. I'm telling you that this person, Knight of Wands, this person is seeing the energy that they have been projecting. Okay, it's being shown to them. Remember that Hanged Man who saw his reflection in the water and there was no way he was escaping it? This person is being shown themselves. And it is scary, okay? It is scary for this person to be taking this deep a look at themselves. Okay, we have Four of Discs in the reverse. I heard when I saw the Four of Discs in reverse, because sometimes when I see it in the upright, I talk about like being mindful of scarcity mindset. And it's more like this person was just plain selfish. Selfish with their time, their energy, their decisions. We have Two of Wands. It says Dominion. So there was dominion here and power here. It's almost like a need or a desire to exert control. We have a Six of Swords in reverse. It's a science. Science in reverse. It's like, okay. What I'm getting off of this card is it's almost like, I don't want to say a reverse miracle. It's like something heavy happened. And it was a miracle that they survived it or came through it. Like there was some kind of revelation of a miracle that it was like this close call with death is part of what caused this expansion, this scary expansion. And it's funny because the last card that was there was Ace of Cups. The expanded vessel, right? And it's like this person didn't really, I don't want to say that they didn't believe in God and spirit and karma and energy or anything like that. It's that they didn't understand it and they were afraid of it. Okay, and something very scary happened, that they came out the other end of this very scary thing with this newfound capacity and no way of knowing how to use it. Ooh. That's what they're learning now. They got an Eight of Pentacles down here, work. A lot of times I associate it with shadow work, figuring out what your values are and why. So whatever the scary thing was, it made them look at their values. Whatever this scary encounter was, it made them look at their values. I keep hearing near-death experience. Near-death experience. Like this person had a near-death experience that kind of woke them up. But it scared them. Not just the experience scared them, but the lack of purpose. The lack of purpose in how they were moving in their life was scary. That's a heavy deck. Heavy messages. Beautiful art, heavy messages. Still beautiful. That whole thing with the, like, I'm really strongly got off those cards. The near life. Specifically that Six of Swords in reverse. Like some I said near life experience, but near death. They could have possibly died and come back. It could have happened in their sleep, to be honest with you. If this person is into drinking or drugs, there could have been something that Spirit revealed in a moment when their physical body was most vulnerable. When their addiction had caused... I heard lapses in good judgment. Well, guys, we are almost through for tonight. We're almost done for tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out and showing your support for the channel. Again, with that greedy energy. It's like this person is seeing the places where they were stingy. Where they were selfish instead of selfless. And they're starting to see that there's no point and no purpose in that. It's not filling their vessel. You know, it's like they're trying to, it's like they prayed for the capacity of love to increase and then they tried to fill it with poison, the empty space. I'm sorry to say that, but like, you know, they're drinking or doing drugs, but they're praying for a larger capacity in their heart space, right? And then they're trying to fill that void with these frivolous, earthly addictions and associations and things that aren't of God, things that aren't sources, like actual source. It's like having to push that stuff out of their life and figure out what authentic, actual sources of God, inspiration. I had a friend once ask me how I knew the difference between hearing God's voice and the devil's voice. And it's like, God never asks me to destroy anything. God only asks me to inspire and create. So if I have a thought or an idea that has me destroying somebody, that has me ripping somebody else or myself apart internally or externally, that's probably not God, because God wouldn't inspire me to destroy someone else. That wouldn't be from God. Judgment. God's inspiration, God's creation, God's growth, expansion, God's source, God's love. All those things happen through love. Oh, Spirit. I like that Judgment card coming out. Devil in reverse. I had to look at it again. These are cool cards I never use. Something about their short stoutness makes them a little difficult to shuffle. Not really. I'm doing a fine job. It's just an excuse not to use them, I guess. Oh, try you. These are actually just collective readings, my friend. I'm so sorry. I meditated on something all week and then we came in and we were discussing it. Yes, we were talking about our capacity for love. The vessel with which we carry it in. The vessel with which we pour it from. How we replenish it. How we cope with that process of expansion, strength, Leo vibes again, guys, coming through. Well, what do we got? Stuck to it. Eight of Swords in reverse. Again, finding and removing the areas where we've been blocking source from coming into our lives. I'm hearing that this is like the detachment from those karmic behaviors, from those codependent. We got the Ace of Swords out here again. We got the Hermit. We got the Wheel of Fortune again. We really have somebody here. We got the Four of Swords again. I'm telling you guys, we got the Lovers again. We got the Ten of Cups again. Woo! This is somebody who loves you very much. If I can be quite honest, when they asked God to increase their capacity for love and it scared them, part of what they are feeling is their purpose is to protect you from themselves at this point. So if you are in separation, if you're finding yourself in separation with somebody right now, believe it or not, the reason why they're separated from you is because they're trying to protect you from themselves. Yes, they see you as a beautiful source of truth and love and potentially happiness, good fortune. I heard lucky charm. But with all this reflection that they've done, they've realized some of the damage that they've caused, some of the things that you have to heal and replenish from, some of the blockages that they've caused, and they had to pull back. I'm hearing they need a deeper understanding of self-worth. I'm telling you, they are seeing through others how they've behaved. They're seeing through others how their greed, deception. It's like having been greedy and having been deceptive depleted their sources for love in such a way that now they're struggling to find them, and they have to cope with that reality. They have to cope with that understanding. That they played with and hurt the people who were literally sources of God for them. Literally sources for love. The only sources for love that they've had in their life. Like they were not thinking of the consequences of cutting off your, what is that? Cutting off your, you got cutting off your nose to save your face? Is that the saying? It's like they didn't realize they were cutting off their nose. Cutting off your nose to spite your face. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Interesting. This is an effort to protect you while they go through this process. I do see them coming back around for some sort of reunion energy. Let's see. I don't know if it's going to be like permanent. This person could be in and out and in and out. They could still continue to be hot and cold. But again, Spirit just wants you to be self-aware of how you're open to receive, or if you're open to receive. Like there needs to be a self-awareness about what, if, and how you're open to receive if this person comes back for reunion. Again, I go back to that energy of like checking your motives. Is it okay to send this person love? Sure, if you're not expecting reciprocation from them. if you're not holding high expectations for them to be in a space right now to also be a source for you. Can you be a source of love for this person? Sure. Can you do it without cutting off your own sources? Cutting off your own avenues to God, your own connection with spirit? That's kind of a bigger, more important question. Ooh, spirit. What do we need to know? Give me one more from this deck. Oh, there it goes. What is it? Fool. Fool, 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 fool. Yes, there's a new beginning. We saw the Queen of Cups earlier. Look who's here. King of Cups. Look who's here again. Nine of Cups. Look who's here. Sun, healing, inner child work. Look who's here. Magician, learning how to play with the universe again. Knight of Pentacles, again, coming in with a plan, having a strategic way to come back towards you. Temperance, be patient. Hanged Man, let the universe show you through your connections with others while you're in this energy of being still. Use that time to reflect on your connections, how you're connecting, what are your expectations, what is your authentic energy, your authentic nature, your authentic way of delivering love. Hi, Lila. Lila, maybe. Lilia, maybe. There's huge reunion energy in tonight's reading, but I'm going to tell you, based on everything that I've seen, they just need space to do some healing. If they are growing in the capacity for love, it may be a very scary experience for them, and they may need the time and the space to adjust to that rate of expansion. It was unexpected rate of expansion. Okay, last 3 decks tonight, guys. Okay, last 5 decks. Shut up. You didn't hear me say that. You did not hear me say 3 decks. We clearly have 5 decks. Shh. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out and sharing your energy with me. Tonight we are doing a tour of my trunk and all of my decks that are in there. We will be doing these deck tours for the next couple of weeks because I have so many more decks to share with you guys, and this is a collective request for a special edition deck tour. So we will continue with the deck tour. That should take at least 2 more weeks after this. If you are following along at home and paying attention to what we're doing here on the channel, there is a deck giveaway at the end of the deck tour. You have to go over to the community page. You will find over there a picture, a post with the Archetypes deck. This is the deck that I will be giving away. I will do the drawing at the end of the deck tour series, okay? So we are painstakingly working my way through every single deck that I own. Just for context, we did those first 2 rows last week. Tonight we've done these 2 rows. Okay, so next week we will do this row. And then maybe if we have time next week, we can swing over here to look at some of my other decks, okay? So we will keep that in mind. We will keep that going. My system is not very organized at all, but I do love my little sacred space. I can reach just about any deck that I'm called to from my space here. I'm not particularly organized, but I love my sacred space, and I love taking care of my decks. I love having them readily accessible. I love using them to help people grow and expand in their capacity for love. It is easy to see everything, Cynthia, and that's the reason why I do the trunk by chakra, because that it's color coordinated. So I can find like any deck that comes to mind quickly and easily. Mostly. There are a couple decks that go between 1 or 2 chakras, and I like move them around. Guys, Leo season. Can we stop? Can we stop with the Leo season energy coming through? Big, listen, Lilia, give them until the end of summer. I'm just saying, there's something big about August, Leo season. Okay? You don't have to wait for them. You don't have to give them the space. But if you want them to return, I'm telling you guys, there's something about Leo season. Big moves and big changes in Leo season. And that starts in the early August, I do believe. So weren't we talking about singing and how it moves your energy and it opens you up, becomes a source for love, a source to draw in from? Ooh, music. Transformation on the bottom. Again, these cards are really pretty. Focus. This did technically come out in reverse. So if this could be you or somebody else who's like just not focused right now. Could be distracted by your thoughts of this person, or vice versa. They could be distracted by their thoughts of you. Look at this though, guys. Because doesn't that look like a heart and a cup above them? Do you see the heart? And then this kind of looks like an Ace of Cups, doesn't it? Very interesting. I'm just saying, I see it. Again, you guys, somebody pulled back so that they could go within, so that they could figure out where these blockages are in their life. They figured out how to expand their capacity just by asking God for a larger capacity. And now they realize they got to figure out how to fill it, how to access source. Access source to fill it. Excuse me. I had a hiccup. Ooh. Oh, look what came out. Leo. Divine animals. Leo season. I am telling you. Big Leo season. That's great. Tam, I just heard that part of the, you think of the word? The Wizard of Oz? Where they're like, I can hear him going, with a hoof and a hoof and a royal growl. Hoof. That's all I could hear. Oh, hello. I love it. I love Leo season. I love Leo season. Leo season is so good for confidence building and for your solar plexus chakra. You guys, thank you. Soul love. 22, 33. If you're into double numbers. If you're into synchronicities, and if any of those are your numbers. So 22, 33. Again, that speaks of expansion, of exponential growth. Master numbers. Soul love, soul tree on the bottom. I'll point out that bubble. We've gotten a lot of bubbles. My bubble analogy. Expansion. It's through expansion that we get the opportunity to step into another timeline. Do you see this timeline? Do you see this timeline? It's like thinking of timelines in terms of bubbles, non-linear terms, right? It's like the bubble in the bubble. Hello, double bubble. Double bubble trouble. Sorry, guys. I love you. You know? It's like once you figure out that, like, it's through the expansion of your capacity for love that you can manifest new, higher timelines. That's when the real magic and the playfulness begins with the universe. All right, where did I put the... This is a really beautiful deck, guys. Denise Jarvie, The Secret Language of Light, Transmissions from Your Soul. Very, very beautiful. There are bubble poppers. You know, and if you're skilled enough, you just get in there and you blow another big bubble, big 1111. It's in your name. You should know how to blow some big bubbles, girl. I just feel so playful right now. I want to go blow bubbles now, like outside. It's dark out now, but I still want to do it. Maybe I'll just blow bubbles in my living room. Embrace that inner child. Go blow bubbles. Outblow them. I will. I will. I will. Okay, we have... These are all kind of... What I have left for today's row is like affirmations. So this will be really good to finish on. And then I do have... Okay, guys. Because I keep these in my heart chakra row. But is it too much? I don't know if you guys can handle this many affirmations. Because I have lots of affirmation decks. These are all... Should we just like... let's get 3 from each. Minimally. Minimally. Let's get 3 from each minimally. We'll start again with the green because we started with green tonight. Okay. And we'll move through these colors like so. Here, we'll do it like this. Now I got a row. This is what we'll... Okay. Thank you. You guys can handle it. You can handle the positivity, right? If you're going to vomit, just turn away from your phone. None of us need to see it. I love you guys. If you're sick of positivity, you could just go watch something else. It's okay. I love you anyways. I have no preconceived notions of you loving me back because I do this in service to God. Bam! So you can love, like, or loathe my positivity. I don't care. Here we go. Let's get a couple positive messages. Thank you. Those forgiveness vibes coming in. I am willing to let go. It's active, guys. Forgiveness. What did I say? There is no competition. There's no competition and no comparison. I said this earlier. Like this person, and it could be something you're dealing with too, learning that love is not a competition. It says, for we are all different and meant to be that way. I am special and wonderful. I accept my uniqueness. Okay. I am willing to let go. I release others to experience whatever. Telling you guys, give them the space. Give them the space to learn how to fill their cup. I release others to experience whatever is meaningful to them, and I am free to create that which is meaningful to me. Again, I was free to message my favorite masculine tonight. I was not free to expect him to reply, right? I had to give him the freedom to decide whether or not he was going to participate in today's conversation. And then I had to decide for myself whether or not I was willing to have a conversation with him that he wasn't replying to. And yes, I was. Why? Because I love my fucking life, yo. I love life. It's okay. Take this watering. Take this source that I'm giving you. I know how to replenish mine. I know how to replenish mine. I don't need or expect you to do it for me because Source is doing it for me. Source is replenishing my love for you. You're not replenishing my love for you. Source may be replenishing your love for me, but Source is replenishing my love for you. I don't need you to reciprocate it. Whew, Spirit. It is my birthright to live fully and freely. I give to life exactly what I want life to give to me. I am glad to be alive and I love life. I am glad to be alive and I do love life. It says, I am safe in the universe and all life loves and supports me. Thank you, Spirit. That's beautiful. I breathe in the fullness and richness of life. I observe with joy as life abundantly supports me and supplies me with more good than I can imagine. But that's exactly right. God keeps pouring in the source of love, so much so that I have that ability to share with others. I have that capacity to water, to nourish, without that need, without some kind of codependent need for, I don't, so he's not open to receive. So it's splashing off the side of his container, whatever. I got a hose, man. Like, whatever. I got Source. I know where I'm getting it from. I know where it's coming from. I know where love lives in my life. Woo! That's beautiful. Lilia, you can, like, all I'm saying is that if it's your masculine, is one of the masculines coming through in the collective tonight, the distance isn't out of a lack of love. It's the distance is caused by not knowing what to do with that love. It's like an intimidation and a fear of that love. And the best thing that you can do is give that person space so that they can process it, so that they can figure out what that source is for them or what it means to them. Thank you, Spirit. Ooh, here again with that staying present in faith, right? Hope is a projection out into the future, but faith is for now. The future is promised to no one. Faith is for now. Having the faith that I would be okay regardless of whether or not he replied. Hello, that's powerful. I did see on the bottom, I love this border. It's like the same exact border, but they changed the color. I've never noticed that about this deck before, so I'm going to take them both. You must do the thing you think you cannot do. Eleanor Roosevelt. Thank you, Spirit. What was the one that actually flipped? What was I just saying about expectations? That's why I'm laughing. Hi, Sonali. Don't live down to expectations. Go out there and do something remarkable. Don't let expectations limit you. Your expectations of yourself, expectations of others, don't allow them to limit you. I dwell in possibility. That's where faith really comes in play. God moves mountains, man. Literally, not even figuratively, literally moves mountains. Aw, thank you. A great message about source. Love yourself. It is important to stay positive because beauty comes from the inside out. That's that learning and understanding where source comes from for you, where love comes from for you. Yes, sad song, there is. This is a collective reading. If you go back through and you watch the whole reading, there's a lot of reunion energy coming through tonight, this week in general. Hi, sad song. Welcome. I'm sorry, this evening I am not doing personals. It's collective reading, but I'm telling you, there was tons of reunion energy in the reading tonight. Tons in the general reading. But it looks like a lot of it, sad song, a lot of it looks like looking towards Leo season and being patient between now and then and working on your own healing in the meantime. Get a couple more, we'll get a couple out of this one. Challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. Right? So we're giving this person the space to discover what is meaningful to them. And they figure that out by overcoming these challenges, by working and overcoming these challenges. Confidence is key. Once you have that, you are unstoppable. So this person maybe have taken a bit of a hit. It's like a bruised ego. Their confidence is waning right now. That intimidation that they felt, that pullback, that drawback is a sign of I'm going to say diminished confidence. Oh my God, this one is really long. Can I get another one, Spirit? I'm not reading that one, guys. Okay. It's just so long. Grit is that extra something that separates the most successful people from the rest. It's the passion, perseverance, and stamina that we must channel in order to stick with our dreams until they become a reality. It's almost like it says grit is faith. Because faith is being present, right? Present in your dreams, present in the process of becoming. I hear she's running out there, guys. We got a runner. That's what I always say when she's running up and down the halls. We got a runner. I'm doing good, Spirit. How are you? Sushma, this is a collective reading, but if you go back, there's a lot of messages about how somebody feels about you. Like, it's a general collective reading. I'm not doing personals tonight. I will be back on Sunday to do personals. Look at this. We had that message about grit being the extra something. It says mentally strong people overcome setbacks with confidence because adversity only makes them better. So here's another nod to confidence in overcoming setbacks. Thank you, Sushma. On Sunday, I'm going to be doing Cynthia, we will do postcards from Spirit. We will do postcards from Spirit when we get there, I promise. I promise. They won't be too long to read when we get to them. They'll probably be right at the beginning of when we move to the shelves. So when we move our tour to the shelves. I can't believe we're already almost done. We only have one row left after this. We only have one row left in the Here, we'll do super attractor. We have just one row left in the trunk. I can't believe we got through the trunk in 3 weeks, or that we will get through the trunk in 3 weeks. Oh, did you see the way that flew? That was so cute. It was so gentle the way it landed. Aw, thank you, Spirit. Big message about faith coming through. I feel my way into faith one step at a time. Faith is presence in the now, guys. I don't have to fear my fear. I can use it as a way to get closer to love. This is one of the things that this person is figuring out in isolation. The fear and that fear of being vulnerable. It's like they're realizing that it's like almost what they're scared. That what they're scared of is love. That fear of vulnerability is like a fear of love. That it's separating them from love. It's good to feel good. I love that one. That's one of my favorite cards in the whole deck. It's good to feel good. When I'm grateful for what I have, I can feel good along the way to what I desire. Thank you, Spirit. That's beautiful. When I surrender my will to the care of Spirit in the universe, I attune my energy with an ever-present stream of well-being. Didn't we see a card earlier about love being concerned with your well-being? I know we did. It was back in like the first deck. The first or second deck today. Oh, we are almost through, guys. I wonder how many decks we did tonight. I'm going to have to count. When I connect to the spiritual realm, I open the door to receive divine guidance, clear direction, and great wisdom. When I'm patient, I let the universe do for me what I cannot do for myself. I love those. Those are some beautiful messages for the collective. I like this. When I cultivate a spiritual connection, I can trust the universe no matter. Guys, what did I say? I know my source is from God. I didn't have to depend on this person replying to be okay. I could freely message them with love, right? But I did not need them to reciprocate because I trust my connection with the universe and spirit. Ooh, thank you. I like that. I like it a lot. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. How many decks did we do today? I just want to count it real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. This is the 30th deck that I've busted open. Which one did I just do? Okay. This will be the 30th deck for the night. So we did 33 decks tonight because I broke Jesus out too. Isn't that funny? 33. How many names do I usually start with on Sunday? 33. For all you number buffs out there, 33. We saw it on a card tonight too. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Packer, Pucker. Kegel, Pucker. I choose love no matter what. Thank you, Spirit. I love that. But that's exactly what I was saying about it, is I had the option to choose love. I had the option to be a source of it. And I chose to do that. And I didn't have to rely on anybody else being open to receive, because it was what God was calling. It was what God was asking me to do. It was God. It was how God was asking me to show up. Oneness is my true nature. Yeah, it was honoring what I wanted to feel, or how I wanted to feel. Exactly. My vibe speaks louder than my words. I love this butterfly energy, this change, this shift, this expansion, this allowance of spirit to move us, to shape us, to shape others. True healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. This was part of that thing where I realized if I let go of the trigger of whether or not he replied, I was aware that I was going to be okay either way. When I let go of the trigger that occurs when somebody doesn't reciprocate, when somebody isn't receptive, when I let go of that abandonment wound, or that they're fear-based wounded. It's not just abandonment, rejection. Thank you, Spirit. Like a fear of rejection, right? When I let go of the fear of rejection, it didn't matter how it was received. I was free to love. I was free to be present in my own love for it. Here, oneness is my true nature came back out. I was able to be this, the loving energy of the universe. I recognize that I have chosen fear, and I choose again. I choose love. All right. I love that. And when I'm in alignment with love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. Guys. Where was that one we were just talking about? When I give myself permission to feel what feelings live below the triggers. When you allow yourself to surrender and let go of those triggers, your peace isn't disrupted. You can move in love without the disruption of the peace. Hi, Sarah. Welcome back, love. Oh, what a beautiful energy, guys. All right, we're going to finish with my last two affirmation decks here for the evening. Oh, there's a card stuck in there. We have to see what the card stuck in there is. Obstacles are detours in the right direction. Obstacles are detours in the right direction. Right? That is that reframing going on that I mentioned it earlier. Like how you're talking about people, how you're talking about the experiences that you've had in your life. How you're starting to see that you can draw from source. You can draw in love from even the darkest experiences that you've had. Oh my God, that is such a magical way to transmute. To start really retelling your stories, rewriting the script. I heard beeping, but I think it was my dehumidifier in my bathroom. No big deal. I was like, what is that alarm? What did I do? Wake up, kick ass, repeat. Last two decks, guys. Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry you didn't get to join us. It was a beautiful night of collective readings, though. No list tonight, so you didn't miss a personal or anything. A huge collection of collective readings. If you go back to the beginning, there was a lot of reunion energy coming through and a lot of explanations about what could be going on. If you're thinking of somebody you're separated from, it could be your reading. It could resonate. If you're in separation or low contact, no contact or low contact right now, the collective reading could resonate in parts for you. Best day ever. I say it all the time, guys, that it's like when you wake up with the attitude that like you gotta be open. You gotta be open. You gotta be open to it. If you can't even accept or receive a good morning from somebody else, how are you going to expect the universe to give it to you? That's right. It's like you got to open up with the mindset. You got to start your day off with the mindset that it's going to be better than yesterday, that tomorrow will be better than today. I believe in you. I believe in you. Actually, you can. Thank you. Of course you can. Oh, I love this. Let's just leave this deck here. I don't think I'm going to pull another one. I just love the way they came out. I believe in you. Actually, you can. Of course you can. Thank you. Thank you, Spirit. I'm just going to take that one away. I'm going to save these. I want to take a picture of those three. I love that they came out together. That's what I love too, Cynthia. It was like Spirit, it was like having a conversation with us that we didn't know we were having. You know, like if it was the first one triggered any self-doubt, Spirit came in with another two just in case. I love it. I believe in you. Of course you can. Actually, you can. So cute. I love that. Okay, let's get inner fucking peace. Sorry, excuse my language, guys. It really is the deck. Inner fucking peace. Ooh. Ooh, I'm running out of steam. Okay, ooh, they came out fast, but come on. Let's get a little shuffle on first, please, shall we? Let's mix them up a little. It sounds like it rained out, guys. Hey, Free the People. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is good to see you. Spirit, what do these cards have to offer when it comes to our capacity to love? I don't think it rained all day here. It was mostly sunny. What? Get out. Addiction to inner peace. That's like that source for it. Like being addicted to that inner peace is what opens up those avenues for source to pour in. It says, get your quick fix. I'm sorry. I don't like you. I like the rest of you collective. There's just something about a particular message that person put in the chat that I just didn't want to deal with that energy, so I'm not gonna. Here we go. I saw this one. Let's see what it says. Seriously? I saw this one when I was shuffling. It says, a wise woman once said, fuck this shit, and she lived happily ever after. I mean, literally, when I saw what this person said, I was like, it was literally how I was just feeling. Wise woman once said, F this and yep. Hi and good night. This was my last deck for the night. Free the people, so you were in perfect time. Perfect time. It says, let's see, give me Nirvana. I can dance to. I like that. Says like no one's watching, or if they are, give it up. That's funny. And then it says keep your word. Words are important, guys. Words are important. Something's so right about that. Being a person of integrity. I think that that might be something that this person is dealing with. Realizing the areas where they did not keep their word. Feeling bad about it. Feeling less than worthy because of it. Ooh, these are not the same decks. I have to remember that. Okay. Okay, guys. This was so much fun. That was it for tonight. We made it through 2 more rows. If you were here from beginning to end, you're a trooper. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for being present with me tonight. Thank you for participating. If you were in the chat and you were participating, I appreciate that too. I appreciate all the likes and the subscribes that we received this evening. Please know I will be back on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As long as nothing gets in my way, you can expect me. That will be the night that we will do more personals. I promise we will enjoy it. It'll be a lot of fun. And you guys, please remember, as you're growing in your capacity for love and you're feeling like you do not have adequate sources to replenish yourself from, first of all, remember that it's spirit that replenishes you, but please also know that we are here to help you discern your connection with spirit, to help you discern how to access that love, how to cultivate and how to grow it in your life. And we are here for that. We are here for that. We are here for the healing. We are here for the growing. We are here for the expansion. We are here for the learning here. And we are here for supporting each other through that process. I appreciate you so much for supporting me through my process. And I appreciate you so much for encouraging me to continue to support you through your processes. I don't think I will ever settle on an ending for any video that will be the same as the video before. I just want to be clear. I don't have any beautiful words of wisdom to share with you on parting other than good night. I hope you have a blessed week, and I will see you again on Sunday. Love you guys. Bye.